Chapter 1500. Liu Beichen snickered, thinking that it was a good move. Gu Jingyan, on the other hand, kept rolling her eyes. After the chaos, Disney finally returned to normal. The family of 3 was about to go home when Liu Beichen received a call from home. "Sir, old master is in trouble. Come home quickly, old master, something happened to Liu Qinyu." Liu Beichen had to go home immediately. Gu Jingyan hugged the disappointed apple and looked at Liu Beichen. "What did they say?" "They just said that Dad suddenly fainted. I don't know the details yet." Liu Beichen hugged Gu Jingyan. "I'm going home now. You can play with Apple." Gu Jingyan wouldn't agree. "No, I want to go home with you." Liu Beichen looked at her. Gu Jingyan insisted. "Dad is so good to me. I'm still playing with Apple when he fainted. Even if we divorce, Dad is still my father." Liu Beichen wondered why Gu Jingyan cared so much about that old man. Liu Beichen didn't stop Gu Jingyan. Apple was very sensible. When she heard that Grandpa was sick, she immediately said that they should go home. They took a private jet back. Before Liu Beichen got on the plane, he called Lin Che. "My dad suddenly fainted. I'm not using this matter to force you to do anything. I just want to say, sometimes, a regret may not be able to make up for in this life. I'm telling you so that you don't have any regrets in the future. I won't tell Black Hawk. If you can, it's good that you tell him." Lin Che was silent for a long time on the other end of the phone. Lin Che sat at the bar. Gu Jingze walked over and said, "Go if you want to." Lin Che took a breath. "But Uncle Liu has always been good to me." "I know. I'll definitely go, but Black Hawk, I'll tell him. It's up to him whether to go or not. It's up to us whether to tell him or not." Lin Che nodded. He felt that he was right. Lin Che rushed to the Liu family's house. The house was almost locked down. There were still a few reporters outside when they saw Lin Che. Liu Qinyu fainted in a semi-public place. Some outsiders had already seen it, so the news was leaked. It couldn't be helped. No matter what, Liu Qinyu was the person in charge of the Liu family. Even though he was in a semi-retired state, and everything was handed over to Liu Beichen and Gu Jingyan, he was still an influential figure. For such a person, even the slightest thing would be a big deal. It was normal for the reporters to surround and watch. Seeing that Lin Che had actually come, the reporters immediately surrounded him again. Lin Che wore a cap and kept his hair low. He asked his men to stop the reporters from coming over. This was a private matter. Furthermore, it was the Liu family's private matter. She did not want to respond to anything and let others speculate for no reason. After entering the door, he was led inside by someone. Lin Che asked about Liu Qinyu's situation as they walked. The servant said, "Master was fine this morning. He went out for some tea on the way. It was the tea house that he always goes to, but he fainted there." However, the doctor had already mentioned Master's cardiopulmonary function. "But looking at him now, I don't know if it's the original problem. My husband just came back. You can go in and take a look." Lin Che nodded. He saw Liu Beichen leaning against the wall. "Liu Beichen, how is Uncle Liu?" Liu Beichen looked at Lin Che. "The doctor said," "What did the doctor say?" Lin Che looked at Liu Beichen's expression and felt his heart sink for no reason. Liu Beichen said, "The doctor said that I don't know if my father will wake up." Liu Beichen said as he leaned against the wall and sighed. Lin Che asked hurriedly, "Why?" Liu Beichen raised his head and closed his eyes. His voice sounded weak. "The doctor said that my father's heart and lungs aren't functioning well. At this time, He should be undergoing surgery immediately, but his body is in a terrible condition. If he were to undergo surgery all of a sudden, he might really be lying on the operating table and never wake up again. Moreover, he's currently unconscious, so the surgery would be very dangerous. Lin Che asked hurriedly, then what should we do? Isn't there no other way? Lin Che couldn't help but look inside. At first, he didn't think much of it. But now, his heart suddenly felt suffocated. That was her biological father. However, it also made people feel that it was so far away. That was because all this time, she had never treated him as her biological father. But this time, it suddenly occurred to her that if he really didn't wake up, then she really wouldn't have a father anymore. She wouldn't have a father anymore. Lin Che looked inside quietly. What should we do? Liu Beichen said. It's not that there's no other way. Lin Che's eyes lit up. Liu Beichen said, the doctor said that in Sweden, an extremely cold ginseng was found. It was obtained from a cold place and was kept by a collector for almost 100 years. That's a long time. Yes, that family recently wanted to take out 100-year-old ginseng for everyone to see. If we use it, my father might still be saved. He needed a lot of nutrition to wake him up immediately. That was the key to the operation. The most likely thing that they could think of now was the extremely cold ginseng. But it would not be easy to get it. Liu Beichen looked inside and said calmly, no matter what, no matter how much it costs, I've decided to give it a try. Lin Che pursed her lips and licked her shriveled lips. She couldn't tell what she was feeling. It was very complicated. But there was a voice that seemed to be saying to her. No matter what, she had to give it a try. She nodded at Liu Beichen. If there's a need, I'll help. Liu Beichen turned around and looked at Lin Che gratefully. He knew that this girl was very kind. I'll go to Sweden now. I'll let you know if there's any news. Lin Che couldn't think of anything for the time being. She nodded and was ready to ask Gu Jingze if there was any way. Liu Beichen walked Lin Che out. When they reached the door, they saw a black Hummer parked in the distance. It looked not too far away, but not too close. It seemed that the person inside was not too far away. It was Black Hawk. Liu Beichen stopped there and looked in that direction, speechless. Lin Che also noticed that. She was familiar with Black Hawk's car. Lin Che smiled and said to Liu Beichen, actually, he's not as cold as he looks. Liu Beichen remained silent. Lin Che said, I'll go and have a look. As he said this, Lin Che walked over. The door of the Hummer opened. Seeing Lin Che coming over, the driver got out of the car. Chapter 1501. Black Eagle looked at Lin Che. Don't get me wrong. I'm just here to see if the old man is dead. Lin Che was speechless. Alright, you're already here. Don't be so harsh. I know. Lin Che stopped him. I know how you feel. It's weird to suddenly stop hating someone you've hated for so long. But he's really serious. He Ying's eyes turned solemn. Lin Che continued, if he can't get that thing, he might die. The Arctic ginseng. Lin Che told Black Eagle what had happened. When he got home, Gu Jingze was also at home. Lin Che mentioned it to Gu Jingze in the study. Gu Jingze frowned. Are you sure you want the Arctic ginseng? Lin Che said in surprise, you know about it. Gu Jingze nodded. Yes. I just got the news that this Arctic ginseng has appeared and is going to be exhibited. So is this really a powerful thing? Of course. Gu Jingze said, it's said to be a century-old collection. The older the ginseng, the more precious it is. Moreover, it's a century-old ginseng of extreme cold. It's the only one in the world. It's priceless. I'm afraid many people would want to see it. He looked at Lin Che and paused for a moment before continuing. The family that collected this ginseng was a marquis in Sweden, William's family. They rarely come out to meet people and have always been the most prestigious marquis family in Sweden. Their businesses are also spread across Northern Europe. Their culture is that they prefer a more gentlemanly and low-key lifestyle. That's why the ginseng that was left behind by their family was only discovered after 50 years. Then, it's probably unobtainable. How could they give it away so easily after keeping it for so long? Lin Che suddenly felt deeply worried. Gu Jingzi said, "Of course. It's almost a representative of their family. They won't just give it away. Then what should we do?" Lin Che pondered. Liu Beichen won't come back if he can't get it. I'm worried that he might cause trouble. Gu Jingzi said, "If that's the case, why don't we go and join in the fun?" Lin Che looked at him, puzzled. Gu Jingzi said, "I also want to see what this century-old ginseng looks like." The next day, Lin Che and Gu Jingzi also left for Sweden. On the way, Lin Che leaned against the wall while Gu Jingzi read with him. Lin Che said, "Do you think that Uncle Liu is destined to fail this time?" "I just feel that it's a little pessimistic." Gu Jingzi smiled. "That means you've grown up." "What?" "When you're young, you're always optimistic. You think that all difficulties can be overcome, that all illnesses will be cured by doctors, and that people will never die. But as you grow older and send away too many people, you gradually become pessimistic. This has nothing to do with what Uncle Liu will do. You're the one who thinks too much." "All right," Lin Che rubbed his head. All the way to Sweden. As soon as she got off the plane, Liu Beichen came to pick her up. Lin Che was puzzled when he saw Liu Beichen's car. "How did you know we were coming?" Liu Beichen smiled at Lin Che. "Of course I did. I'm very happy that you're here. Thank you for putting in so much effort." Lin Che said, "I don't know if I can be of any help. I'm just here to join in the fun. I'm already very happy that you're here, so I'll definitely treat you well." The Northern European-style villa that Liu Beichen had prepared looked clean and tidy. Sweden's Stockholm was very beautiful. Lin Che, who was here for the first time, stood at the window and looked at the clean blue sky and white clouds outside. She stretched. "I hope this trip won't be in vain. Sigh, such a beautiful place will give us good luck." "Let's go and eat first," Gu Jingzi said. Liu Beichen brought the two of them to a restaurant. Lin Che saw that the decorations were very good and it looked specially prepared. She said to Liu Beichen, "After all, you're here for official business. You don't have to worry about us. Why did you specially prepare all this?" Liu Beichen said, "No, I just instructed the staff to do it. You don't have to be so burdened. I'm going to eat anyway, so we'll eat together." Gu Jingzi said, "Did you get in touch with the Williams?" Liu Beichen shook his head. "After all, a lot of people have been coming for them recently. They're in hiding, so they won't come out so easily." Seeing Gu Jingzi smile, Liu Beichen immediately said, You've already contacted them, haven't you?" Gu Jingzi took out a card from his pocket and placed it on the table. "I can't say that I've contacted them, but I know that they'll be fishing here today." "Fishing? I really know how. My dad used to take me there when he was free. They're fishing for sharks." Liu Beichen didn't say anything else. He just coughed dryly. Lin Che was also surprised. "No way. That's so cruel." Gu Jingzi said, "They keep them for fun. They don't kill them and release them after they're done fishing." Alright, city people really knew how to have fun. These rich people. What happened to keeping a low profile? If outsiders were to find out how these rich people played, they would definitely be shocked. The fishing club was at the foot of a mountain. The sea flooded and the helicopter arrived. From afar, they could see that the place was very remote, but there were still some helicopters and cars parked there. It was obvious that the people who came were not ordinary people. Liu Beichen arrived with Lin Che and Gu Jingze. Before they got off the helicopter, Liu Beichen said, there are quite a lot of people here. It seems that many people know that William will be here today. Gu Jingze said, the young master of William's family, Bruce. He's just 18 years old. You can keep an eye out for him. Liu Beichen nodded. He knew that it was not easy to get this information. It was probably because he was only 18 years old that the information was leaked. They got off the helicopter and entered the club. Lin Che followed Gu Jingze and saw that some people were already whispering to each other. Gu Jingze is here too. Is he interested in the ginseng too? It seems that the competition is too big. It's really dangerous. It was obvious that everyone was still afraid of Gu Jingze. Lin Che followed them inside. When he saw everything inside, he was amazed. How much money did it cost to build such a club on a cliff? Fortunately, rich people could afford to come here. The fees would probably not be low. Gu Jingze said, follow behind me later. What's wrong? Just as Lin Che finished speaking, he saw a group of people holding machine guns and heavy weapons walk in openly. They look like Arabs. No way, this is their hobby, Gu Jingze said. But no one cares about it, this area is on international waters. It's a borderless area. No one cares about it. Lin Che suddenly felt that it was very dangerous and he moved closer to Gu Jingze. Chapter 1502. They arrived at a private room. Opposite them was the sea. Half of the room extended into the sea. It was obvious that Gu Jingze had purposely chosen this room. Opposite them, they could see a group of people feeding the fish. In the sea, there were huge sharks swimming around. It looked ferocious. Opposite them, the man looked very young. He had pale skin and golden hair. He looked very cute. However, he looked very arrogant as he fed the sharks. It was hard to like him. Gu Jingze looked at them and sat down slowly. Lin Che followed him and sat down on the other side. Liu Beichen stared at them and asked Gu Jingze, what's his status in their family? Gu Jingze looked at them and said calmly, don't go there first. Gu Jingze picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. There's bound to be someone who can't stand it. Why do you have to go there? Isn't it better to let someone else test the waters first? Liu Beichen understood. He smiled at Gu Jingze. Sly old fox. Lin Che also understood. He looked at the opposite side and watched. After some time, as expected, someone couldn't stand it anymore. Suddenly, there were a few more people in the opposite room. Not long after, they heard a quarrel. Suddenly, everyone went out. They had come with a purpose. Naturally, no one wanted to miss anything. As for Gu Jingze, he led Lin Che and slowly walked over. Then, they heard the people on the other side asking. Who allowed you to come in? Get out. We just came to the wrong place. Kid, do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Those who disturb me will never have a chance to see the ginseng again. I know why you're here. If you still want to see the ginseng, get out of my way. At this moment, the person who was holding the heavy machine gun just now walked over arrogantly. Hey, kid, I think you don't know what I'm holding in my hand, right? If we kidnap you now, which one do you think is more important? You or the ginseng? I think it's the ginseng. That's good. You can die in our hands. However, the young man was not moved at all. He just smiled coldly. Sure, come at me. Let's see if you can still walk out of this place after you make your move. This is international waters. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'm not afraid, but don't forget that everyone is here for the ginseng. He raised his head and said to the others, tell me, he wants to kill me. If any of you can save me, I will be very grateful, and maybe I will put in a good word for you at home, so that you can take a closer look at the ginseng. Many people outside felt that his words made sense. All of a sudden, everyone gathered around the group of people with guns. The young man raised his head proudly. Seeing that things weren't going well, they snorted and raised their guns high, but they didn't go forward. Lin Che watched from behind and said, this boy seems to be quite smart. Gu Jingze smiled and went up to him. But what if we kill you together, then sweep Sweden and steal the ginseng that William ordered? Or, if you make us angry out of humiliation, we might even give up on the ginseng. In any case, if we can't get it, then we can't get it. Don't you agree? The young man heard this and looked over. When he saw Gu Jingze, he raised his eyebrows. Who are you? Someone laughed from behind. You don't even know Gu Jingze and you're still pretending. He's right. If you really make me angry, I don't want the ginseng. I want your life and William's family. Let's see what you're going to do then. The young man's expression changed. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. She still didn't understand. She looked at Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen said in Mandarin, he said it here on purpose to make everyone angry. Lin Che understood immediately. So that was it. The people who came here were not to be trifled with. Although the ginseng was important, their reputation was also important. After being provoked in front of so many people, not many people would take the initiative to come forward. As soon as someone stepped forward, the people behind him started to say, yes, we don't want the ginseng anymore, we want your life. The young man was a little flustered. You can't do this. Gu Jingze took the opportunity to go forward and said, all right, then tell me, when the ginseng is displayed, it will be real, right? He looked at Gu Jingze. Although he was unwilling, he could only say in front of so many people, of course, the Williams don't lie. All right, so it will be displayed publicly this time. Of course. Very good. If you have any more questions, please ask. Hey, are you really not selling it? Why do you collect it? Yeah, it's displayed suddenly and you don't want to sell it. Aren't you trying to make us angry? Little William looked at them and said hurriedly, hey, of course not. This is my family's heirloom. It's been collected for so many years. How can we sell something that belongs to our ancestors? Don't even think about it. Gu Jingze looked at them and didn't have anything else to ask. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the ginseng, as if he was hiding something. Then, he pulled Lin Che to the back. Unexpectedly, at this moment, someone suddenly blocked Gu Jingze's way. You just threatened our young master and you want to leave. A person who looked like a butler said. The people behind him immediately surrounded them. Although their young master was young, they could see it clearly. These people suddenly threatened their young master together because of this Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze didn't bring many people with him, but looking at these people, he only smiled slightly and said, I advise you not to do this. If I don't bring you back, how can the Williams face remain? Gu Jingze said, we still have to see if you can bring me back. I saw it. You really put yourself in danger today. You didn't bring anyone with you. Lin Che looked at him and became nervous. Indeed, they were only here to take a look. They didn't think too much and didn't bring anyone with them. At this moment, I'm afraid you're wrong. I didn't bring anyone with me, but that doesn't mean that others didn't bring anyone with them. The Williams butler was still sneering. Just as he was about to wave his hand for his men to go up, unexpectedly, a gunshot suddenly rang out from behind, causing the entire hall to shake. Then, the butler who was just threatening people took a step back in fright. Because behind him, Black Hawk raised a machine gun and pointed it straight at his body. Chapter 1503. When Lin Che saw Black Eagle, he cried out in surprise, "Ah, you're here." Black Eagle said that he didn't want to interfere, but in the end, he still came. Black Hawk stood there in silence, his face full of indifference and laziness. He was so arrogant that he looked like he was not afraid of anything, and he looked very annoying. However, it was this Black Hawk that made everyone take a few steps back in fear. This game was getting more and more lively. Even Black Eagle was here. Everyone looked at him subconsciously. The William family's butler calculated in his heart and immediately said, "All right, I'm just giving him a warning. Young master doesn't know any better and has caused trouble for everyone. I'll take him away now." Gu Jingze didn't make things difficult for him. He gave Black Eagle a look. Black Eagle knew that Gu Jingze had a plan, so he snorted and put away his gun. "All right, do as you wish." Seeing Black Eagle move away, the William family members heaved a sigh of relief. They turned around and pulled their young master away. It seemed that today's show was going to end like this. Everyone returned to their private rooms. As for Lin Che, he hurriedly ran in front of the Black Hawk. He smiled and raised his eyebrows, looking at Black Eagle. "Didn't you say that you weren't coming?" Black Eagle rested his gun on his shoulder and looked at Lin Che. "I didn't want to come, but how can I rest assured that you came here on your own? Especially since I heard that the Arabs will be here too. There are also some gangsters. They're not people you can deal with easily." No matter what, it was good that he was here. Lin Che smiled and grabbed his arm, pulling him into the private room. When they passed by Liu Beichin, Black Eagle said, "I didn't come because of you." Liu Beichin stood there and didn't say anything. These men were people who cared about their pride, so they were stubborn in front of others. After entering the private room, Liu Beichin said, "What do we do now?" He didn't say anything. Gu Jingze sat down calmly and continued to drink his tea calmly. Liu Beichin looked at him. "Gu Jingze, did you notice anything?" Gu Jingze looked up and nodded. "There were so many people just now, so I didn't say anything in case someone heard." But even though he didn't say anything, he revealed something. "What?" "Since the Williams don't want to sell the ginseng, why do they still want to exhibit it?" "This. Perhaps it's to increase the Williams' influence in the world." Gu Jingze nodded. "They must have some ulterior motive. So, check if something happened to the Williams recently that we don't know about." Lin Che suddenly understood. "So you're saying that the exhibition of ginseng is fake, and that using this exhibition to achieve another goal is the real deal?" Gu Jingze rubbed her head lovingly. "It seems that you've made some progress recently. Go, go, go." "Yes, although she is very stupid, but at least she is the female CEO of a big company." Naturally, in Gu Jingze's eyes, this was nothing. Lin Che said, "Then what should we do now?" "Let's stay here tomorrow, and we'll continue to explore." "Beichin, don't be in such a hurry. Stay here for now." Hearing Gu Jingze's words, Liu Beichin felt more hopeful. They were not afraid of anything else, but they were afraid that the Williams would not ask for anything. Since they had asked for something, they still had hope. With that in mind, everyone left the place and returned to Sweden. Liu Beichin was indeed a little melancholic when he checked in. He was absent-minded even when he was eating. Lin Che said, "Liu Beichin, don't worry too much. It's already happened, isn't it? Liu Beichen nodded. I'm just a little anxious. I don't know what's going to happen. Liu Beichen walked out. When he was outside, he couldn't help but think of someone. Gu Jingyan. In the past, whenever the two of them made a decision, they would always argue. She would say her opinion and he would say his. In the end, the result would gradually take shape in the midst of their argument. At this moment, he felt more and more anxious when he was thinking alone. Because without her by his side, he felt uneasy. As he was walking on the road, he felt someone come to his side. There was one person on each side, and they looked very unfriendly. Liu Beichen paused for a moment, then suddenly leaped forward. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the person in front of him directly punched Liu Beichen in the stomach. Ugh! Liu Beichen clutched his stomach and squatted on the ground. The person followed up with another kick. Liu Beichen was kicked repeatedly and lost consciousness from the pain. He was being dragged forward. Lin Che and the others waited in the room for a long time, but Liu Beichen didn't come back. Lin Che felt that something was wrong. He said to Gu Jingze, Liu Beichen didn't look well when he went out. Did something happen to him? Gu Jingze looked at the time. He had been gone for 2 hours and there was no news from him. Let's call him. Lin Che made the call, but no one answered. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and stood up. Get someone to check. Sure enough, he couldn't find the person after searching for a while. Lin Che panicked. What should we do? Is he going to be okay? They were in a foreign country. Moreover, to be honest, they had just offended someone. Lin Che thought for a moment. Could it be the Williams? They wanted to take revenge just now, but the Black Hawk suddenly came. She hoped that they were just taking revenge, and not taking his life. Otherwise, if something happened to Liu Beichen, she thought of their child. She thought of Apple's young age and Gu Jingyan. What were they going to do? Gu Jingze hugged the uneasy Lin Che. All right, don't scare yourself. If something really happened, we would have heard from you long ago. In his embrace, Lin Che seemed to feel a lot more at ease after hearing his words. After a while, she said, all right, let's find out what's wrong. Gu Jingze quickly went to investigate. Just then, there was a call from home. Gu Jingyan couldn't reach Liu Beichen. Gu Jingyan called Gu Jingze. After all, he was her brother and she could harass him at any time. Second brother, isn't Liu Beichen with you? Gu Jingze said over the phone. Jingyan, don't worry. Hearing this, Gu Jingyan immediately said, did something really happen? Even second brother suddenly said so. Gu Jingze was silent for a moment. Yes, he suddenly can't be reached. I'm getting someone to check. We just offended the Williams. I don't know if it's a warning from them. Gu Jingyan immediately said, you guys check first. I'll be right there. Gu Jingze knew that he couldn't stop Gu Jingyan, so he didn't say anything. Just then, there was news from the people below. They said that Liu Beichen was kidnapped on the way, and they didn't look like the Williams. Sir, it seems to be related to those Arabs. Chapter 1504. Gu Jingze said, why would it be related to them? It seems like they've been watching us since that day on the high seas. Gu Jingze thought for a while and said, okay, I got it. Let's follow them. Lin Che was still a little worried. Gu Jingze comforted her along the way. Don't worry, we have no grudges with those Arabs. They won't do anything to Liu Beichen. At most, they'll suffer a little. They won't kill him. Lin Che's lips twitched. She seemed to be saying that it was good to suffer a little. Liu Beichen and Gu Jingyan's recent divorce had made them furious. It was kind of her to come and help them now. but she was sincere about letting him suffer a little. Lin Che said, "Then what do you think we should do now? I'll send someone to investigate and make sure he's fine. We'll deal with it when Jingyan comes." Lin Che felt strange. He didn't know why they had to wait for Jingyan. But seeing that Gu Jingze seemed to have his own plans, he could only listen to him and didn't ask any more questions. Gu Jingze said, "Let's go. I'll take you to eat something first." When they got outside, they found a random fast food restaurant to eat. The fast food had a Nordic flavor and was really unpalatable. Lin Che wasn't used to it, so he didn't want to eat any more after a few mouthfuls. Seeing this, Gu Jingze put down his food too. "What's wrong? You don't want to eat anymore?" "Yeah, I'll ask someone to make some Chinese food." It's okay. Don't bother. I'm full, but it doesn't taste good." At this moment, a tourist from Country C who was here for a tour recognized her. "Wow, look, it's Lin Che." There were so many people from Country C all over the world. Lin Che looked up embarrassedly. The tourist immediately recognized Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze. It's you too. Oh my god, I like you guys so much. It's so nice to meet you. Can I take a picture?" Lin Che was about to say that it was private time and it wasn't appropriate to take pictures when two Arabs suddenly appeared in front of them. Without waiting for the tourists to react, a few of them took out their guns and fired a shot. On the other side, the tourists and the customers eating in the restaurant were so scared that they squatted on the ground, hugging their heads and shivering. Lin Che immediately stood up. However, Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che to the back. He said calmly, "This is Sweden after all, not international waters. Isn't it inappropriate for you to open fire here?" A few of them harumphed. "No matter where you are, you won't be able to stop our guns, especially now that the two of you are alone." Gu Jingze said, "Tell me, what do you want to do? If you want your people to return safely, you have to help us get the ginseng." So it was really for the ginseng. But what did he mean by asking them to help him get the ginseng? Lin Che recalled what had happened at the bay that day, and seemed to have guessed a few things in an instant. After witnessing Gu Jingze's performance that day, they felt that Gu Jingze's intelligence was more likely to get the ginseng, so they wanted Gu Jingze to help them. Wishful thinking. Gu Jingze looked at them calmly and said, "I'm sorry. We want the ginseng." In an instant, the few of them raised their guns again. All of a sudden, the atmosphere was tense and tense. Lin Che said, "Why are you forcing us like this? If we're not willing to help you, we won't be able to come up with any good ideas. If you want that person to die, you can play tricks on us." Then, one of them took out his phone. In the phone, there was a picture of Liu Beichin being tied up in the water, with his hands hanging in the air. Lin Che's heart tightened when he saw it. Why did he have to suffer so much? You'll only make us more unwilling to help you," Lin Che said angrily. Gu Jingze chuckled. "All right, let him live. I'll think about it." The few of them harumphed. "You have 3 hours." Gu Jingze nodded and pulled Lin Che out. "If you dare to play tricks, Liu Beichin will go to hell immediately." Lin Che was pulled away by Gu Jingze. She looked at Gu Jingze and said, "Liu Beichin looks terrible." Gu Jingze said, "He's fine. I told you that they would let him live." At that moment, they returned to the house and saw that Gu Jingyan had already come out. Gu Jingyan said, "How's Liu Beichin?" Gu Jingze said, "It was done by those Arabs." "What Arabs?" Seeing this, Lin Che explained it to Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan became even more anxious. "They're too bold. Do they really think that we're easy to bully?" Gu Jingze, on the other hand, sat there with a calm expression on his face, as if it had nothing to do with him. Gu Jingyan said, "What do we do now? Now that we know that he's in their hands, shouldn't we do something?" Gu Jingzi smiled. "They can do whatever they want. Liu Beichen has nothing to do with me. I'll help him no matter what." Gu Jingyan looked at him in surprise. "What? What do you mean by nothing to do with you?" But thinking about it, it did seem like it had nothing to do with him. After all, they were already divorced. Gu Jingyan looked at Lin Che and murmured, "He's Lin Che's brother after all." "He's your brother-in-law." Lin Che wanted to say that it had nothing to do with her. Gu Jingzi said, "But if he dares to treat you like that, then the rest of our relationship can become unrelated." "What?" Gu Jingyan said, "What did he do to me? Isn't the divorce because of him?" Gu Jingyan turned her head away immediately. Her face was filled with complicated emotions. She didn't want anyone to see it. After a while, she turned back and said, "But he's still Apple's father." Gu Jingzi chuckled. "So what? Apple will have another father. She's still young. We can find someone more suitable to be Apple's father. Besides, it's not that hard to find someone like him. You're the fourth daughter of the Gu family. There are many people who want to be Apple's father." Gu Jingyan pursed her lips. His words made her feel awkward. "Hey, don't make it sound like I need a man." "That's good. You don't need a man, so you don't need to save him." Gu Jingzi stood up as he said this. "Hey, you!" Gu Jingyan looked at Gu Jingzi angrily and stomped her foot. She was an impatient person. She couldn't be bothered to say more and went out. But Gu Jingyan didn't really want Liu Beichen to die. She stood outside, thinking. After a while, she decided to do it herself. She picked up the phone and said, "Get someone to help. I'm in Sweden. Get my bodyguards to come over immediately." And, after giving her instructions, she put down the phone and felt that she was a bitch. But she and Liu Beichen weren't at that level yet. She wouldn't let him die. Chapter 1505. Lin Che said to Gu Jingzi when he saw Gu Jingyan leave in anger. "Hey, she's your sister. Why are you so angry at her?" Gu Jingzi said, "Forget it. She's not an ordinary person. You don't have to worry about her." However, no matter what, she was still his younger sister. He said to the person beside him, "Get someone to watch over Gu Jingyan. If she needs help, do your best to cooperate with her." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi and vaguely knew what he was up to. After the person left, he said, "Gu Jingzi, did you ask Gu Jingyan to save Liu Beichen so that they could be together again?" Gu Jingzi smiled and patted Lin Che's head. "You know me better and better." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi speechlessly. "You're really..." She knew that Gu Jingzi would not be so heartless as to watch Liu Beichen die. No matter how annoying Liu Beichen was, Gu Jingzi would not be so heartless. As expected. Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che. "All right, don't worry. There will be a way." Lin Che nodded. He was looking forward to the future of the two of them. As for Gu Jingyan, before she came to Sweden, she sat alone in a cafe, watching the cars coming and going in front of her. She kept tapping on the table in a daze. Finally, the phone rang. "How is it? Is there any news?" "Miss Minglan," they asked second young master to reconsider. If he agrees to help them, he will let young master go. But he hasn't responded yet. Gu Jingyan thought for a moment. "Tell them that second brother wants to negotiate with them." "Ah, Miss Minglan, do you mean, you want to take the risk yourself?" Take the risk herself, so what? That was Liu Beichen, her childhood friend. He was the man she had loved for so many years, the man who had hurt her for so many years, and Apple's father. She said, "Just do as I say." Her subordinates didn't dare to be careless, so they could only do as she said. Soon, they received news that Liu Beichen had arranged to meet them in an abandoned ice cellar. The ice cellar. That place should be filled with water. Gu Jingze had told her that Liu Beichen was tied up in a place full of water. Gu Jingyan thought for a while and asked someone to prepare some things before she left for the place where they had agreed to meet. In the ice cellar. Someone pinched Liu Beichen's chin. "Hey, are you really not going to tell us? What do you want the ginseng for?" Liu Beichen opened his eyes in a daze as he fell into the air. He was out of energy. He narrowed his eyes and sneered at the person in front of him. "Pooey." In an instant, he spat on the face of the person in front of him. "You," the man kicked Liu Beichen in the stomach. "Fuck, I've never seen anyone as stubborn as you. However, even if you're stubborn, be careful that I can't make use of you. Otherwise, I'll really kill you." Blood trickled down the corner of Liu Beichen's lips. "Hee hee, you can take it if you want. Do you really think I wouldn't dare?" The man said as he picked up a chair from the side. He was about to throw the chair at Liu Beichen when he heard the door open. "Hey, don't do that. If you kill him, what are we going to do? Someone's here to take his place. Gu Jingze is here." Liu Beichen swallowed the blood in his mouth. He knew that Gu Jingze was still human. He wasn't going to abandon him. A few people went out. He looked at the people outside and saw that none of them was Gu Jingze. "Hey, where's Gu Jingze? You're not playing tricks on me, are you?" The man in front of him looked at him. "Our second young master doesn't meet just anyone. You have to let us confirm whether Mr. Liu is safe or not." The man in front of him was still holding a machine gun in his hand. He looked fierce and didn't want to back down at all. "No, I'll let you see him. What if you kidnap him right away? I know how cunning you are. Don't try to trick me into letting him go. Hurry up and let him come. Then we'll let you meet, otherwise," he snorted and tightened his grip on the gun in his hand. On the other side. Gu Jingyan looked at the surveillance camera in the car. When she heard their response, she pursed her lips and clenched her fists. Suddenly, she said, "Plan A, start. Get ready to explode." As soon as she finished speaking, behind him, something suddenly exploded. There was a loud boom. The tremor made everyone fall to the ground in an instant. "There's an explosion behind us. Someone's lying in ambush behind us. Oh no, someone's attacking us from behind." Everyone screamed and ran to the back of the car. Just then, Gu Jingyan jumped out of the car. "Get ready, let's go." Gu Jingyan waved her hand and attacked from the front. Although many people ran to the explosion behind them, there were still people in front of them. They were luring the tiger away from the mountain. But they didn't lure everyone away, just some of them. But this was enough for Gu Jingyan. Someone screamed when he saw a group of people rushing in. He couldn't help but scream. "Why is there a woman? Go, kill that woman first." Thinking that women were easier to deal with, they rushed forward together and prepared to attack the weak point first. Seeing this, the people behind them couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Seriously, they went straight to the most difficult one. Did they want to die too slowly? A man ran over with a submachine gun. Unexpectedly, Gu Jingyan spun backward and kicked the man's wrist. The next moment, the gun in his hand was snatched away by the woman opposite him. With a bang, the bullet landed on his leg. Gu Jingyan turned around again and kicked the man behind her. The man directly stacked himself on top of the man from before, letting out a cry of surprise. Gu Jingyan's technique was ruthless and accurate. She wouldn't miss. The people inside felt as if they were looking at a goddess. Her movements were smooth and her technique was amazing. Blood splattered everywhere. However, her hands didn't seem to be stained with blood. God, who was this person? When Gu Jingyan threw the last man to the ground, 2 minutes had passed. She raised her hand slightly and said, "Go in and find someone." Then, the guards of the Gu family rushed in. Gu Jingyan didn't fall behind. She stepped forward and looked around the damp place. She went from room to room to room. "Liu Beichen, you'd better not be dead. Liu Beichen, you still owe me a lot. Liu Beichen, you have to give me an explanation." These people were foreigners who didn't have their own place in Sweden. So Gu Jingyan was sure that they would bring someone with them just in case. But they had underestimated the Gu family's power. Did they think that Gu Jingze was just an ordinary businessman? It was their fault that they didn't ask Gu Jingze what kind of person he was before they made this decision. She searched around but couldn't find him. Thinking of the damp environment, she went down to the lower floor. She saw the tightly shut iron door. She walked over, panting, and kicked it hard. Chapter 1506. Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen was still suspended in the air. His face was pale and his body was thin. Gu Jingyan's heart tightened. She wondered if the motionless man had already passed away. "Liu Beichen!" She screamed and threw herself at him. Seeing that he was securely tied to the rope, she took out a dagger from her leather boots. The dagger could cut through iron as if it was mud, and she cut the rope on his hands in one go. Liu Beichen fell into the water with a splash. Gu Jingyan quickly hugged Liu Beichen. "Liu Beichen, wake up, wake up." She reached out and patted his cheek hard. Liu Beichen was in a daze. He felt as if he was in a warm embrace. He had been feeling cold and damp recently. He had forgotten how long it had been since he had felt so warm. He finally forced himself to open his eyes. He squinted at Gu Jingyan. Jingyan. For a moment, he thought that he was dreaming. Wasn't she still in the country? Why was she here? Gu Jingyan touched his hand. It's me. How are you?" She rubbed his cold hand, but it was useless. She knew that if she didn't bring him out soon, he would be half dead even if he didn't die. He might even suffer from a lingering illness. She quickly pulled him up. "I'm here to save you. Let's go out. They've been lured to the back, but they'll be here soon." Liu Beichen murmured and nodded, forcing himself to stand up. Outside, the Gu family's bodyguards rushed over. The few of them helped to drag Liu Beichen out of the room. But Liu Beichen didn't want to let go of Gu Jingyan's hand. He held on to her hand and mumbled, "Gu Jingyan, do you remember how surprised I was when I first saw you in school? Gu Jingyan, I couldn't stand you being so good. Gu Jingyan, I didn't want you to be the campus belle either. My score could have been higher than yours. It's true. I just couldn't bear to do it." At this moment, Gu Jingyan wanted to laugh. What nonsense was he talking about? She said, "All right, stop talking. Save some energy to run. What if I die?" "Fool, you won't die." How could she allow him to die? He was Apple's father. "If I die, everything under my name will be handed over to you." What was he talking about? However, Gu Jingyan felt a strange warmth in her heart. Although feelings couldn't be measured with money, the trust he gave her made her feel that she was valued. She paused for a moment before continuing, "All right, I got it. Don't say any more, or else I'll want to murder my husband." Liu Beichen was taken aback by those words. Murder her husband? You said I'm your husband. Gu Jingyan hurriedly said, "I was wrong." "Okay, anyway, don't talk anymore. Don't talk anymore. But in that instant, Liu Beichen felt as if he had come back to life. But at this moment, they met. The Arabs were coming. Gu Jingyan, run. Liu Beichen immediately exerted his strength and began to walk forward. Although it was weak, at least he could walk. Gu Jingyan looked at the people in front of her and stopped. They didn't expect a woman to be able to find this place and kill so many of their brothers with a bomb. She also lured the tiger away from the mountain. I've heard that the people from country C are very cunning. Indeed, Gu Jingyan looked at them and said, we don't have any enmity with each other. If you let me go, we'll pretend that nothing happened. Anyway, it's just a small misunderstanding, right? They pointed at the pile of corpses behind them and said, look, those corpses are our brothers. They died because of you. Gu Jingyan smiled and said, if your relatives were tied up like this, you'd be so angry that you'd want to kill them too. You're in the wrong in the first place. We don't care who's in the wrong now. Anyway, don't think about leaving here. Don't even think about, as the Arabian man spoke, he raised his gun and pointed it at them. Liu Beichen stood in front of Gu Jingyan. He looked at the people in front of him with a tragic expression. But at this moment, there was a gunshot. But it wasn't the one in front of them. It was the one behind them. The Arab who was holding the gun fell to the ground. The blood on his forehead said it all. He was dead. Someone shot him in the forehead from behind. Gu Jingyan looked up and saw a group of people behind her. The Gu family's bodyguards had already rushed in. She was stunned for a moment and then realized who it was. Damn it, it was Gu Jingze. Didn't second brother say that he wouldn't come? Liu Beichen heaved a sigh of relief. He looked outside and said, no wonder you came in on your own. So there's someone outside to help you. It must be Gu Jingze's plan. She knew that Gu Jingze was a sly old fox. Gu Jingyan's face darkened. What plan? I don't even know about it. How can it be called a plan? What? Gu Jingyan said, I didn't know he would come. Liu Beichen suddenly understood. Gu Jingyan murmured, oh, he let me lure them out first. When the fight was almost over, his men came to finish it off. Really, Liu Beichen also understood. Really, what a sly old fox. As expected, the people inside were quickly cleaned up by someone. And Gu Jingze was walking in from outside, not a speck of dust could be seen. Looking at the suit that was not even wrinkled, Gu Jingyan cursed in her heart. Then she said, you still came. Looks like these people can't withstand a single blow. Gu Jingze smiled and praised Gu Jingyan, you did a good job of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Gu Jingyan wanted to say more, but Liu Beichen's body couldn't take it anymore. Seeing that Liu Beichen was about to fall, Gu Jingyan hurriedly held him. Gu Jingze gave a look behind him and the people below immediately helped Liu Beichen up. Together, they helped Liu Beichen out of this damp and cold place. In the hospital, Gu Jingze said to Lin Che, he's fine. You didn't have to rush here. Lin Che hurried over. Seeing that Gu Jingyan was inside, he tactfully didn't go in and disturb her. What about those Arabs? There are no Arabs left. They were all wiped out. All right. Lin Che said, the Williams sent this invitation. Take a look. Gu Jingze took the gold-lined invitation and nodded. Okay, let's go. Chapter 1507. Gu Jingze asked Gu Jingyan to stay with Liu Beichen in the hospital while he and Lin Che prepared to attend the William family's banquet. Lin Che packed up and followed Gu Jingze to the entrance of the William family's house. The William family's house was a very old-fashioned European-style building. From afar, it looked like a castle. Up close, although it was rusty, every line of the old house still exuded a European-style beauty. It looked grand and detailed. Lin Che stopped at the entrance and looked around before following Gu Jingze in. There were many people there. When they saw Gu Jingze and Lin Che together, they subconsciously moved away from them. I heard that the Arabs are gone. They are indeed gone. Someone attacked them. They got rid of them so quickly. This person's means and power are really, everyone was guessing and couldn't help but move further away from them. Lin Che saw that some people seemed to be avoiding them. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. However, while some people were avoiding them, some people came over to get close to them. Mr. Gu, I heard. A man with a big belly walked over happily. I've been sick of those Arabs for a long time. They only know how to play with knives and guns, and they dare to do anything. They are unscrupulous. Gu Jingze responded with a faint smile. Most of the time, he didn't speak. Then, the William family finally arrived. Lin Che had first noticed the young master of the William family, whom he had seen the other day. Then, he realized that it was easier to remember every member of the William family than him. He was just very ostentatious, but his family members were all graceful and luxurious people. They looked very powerful. Lin Che held Gu Jingze's hand and gestured for him to take a look. Gu Jingze saw it too. He smiled and nodded at Lin Che. Don't be impatient. When Lin Che received his message, he also sat down and didn't move. As he had expected, the disposal of the Arabs on this side had given rise to so much talk, that the Williams were the first to approach him and converse with him. Hello, Mr. Gu. I've heard a lot about you. I'm the master of the William family, Johnson. Hello, Mr. William. Gu Jingze smiled and stood up to shake hands. The rest of the William clan members were also sizing up Gu Jingze and Lin Che, as if they were trying to figure out how much of a threat they posed to them, who they were, and how powerful they were. At the same time, Clifford, the eldest son of the William family, was staring at Gu Jingze. After Johnson left with a smile on his face, Clifford walked over slowly and looked at Gu Jingze. Hey, you're a good marksman. Let's have a competition sometime. Spear technique. He was talking about how Gu Jingze had shot the Arabian first between the eyebrows that day. He knew everything that happened that day like the back of his hand. This sentence was both a threat and a provocation. His meaning was obvious. He was not afraid of Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze curled his lips slightly. All right. That's great. Follow me. The two of them left first, followed by a group of people. Everyone in the room felt uneasy and jealous. How did Gu Jingze get in? How did Gu Jingze get intimate with someone so quickly? Was it because Gu Jingze had gotten rid of the Arabians first? They were worried that Gu Jingze would get the news first, so they were anxious. They looked into the room, trying to figure out what was going on. Inside, Gu Jingze followed Clifford into the training room. A gun was thrown into Gu Jingze's hands. Clifford said, I hate those Arabians too, so I'm happy that you're able to take care of them. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows but did not comment. At this moment, the smart people knew not to talk too much. Clifford said, Come on, take a shot. Gu Jingze aimed downwards. He did not even need to aim. He just fired. It hit the bull's eye. Clifford laughed and looked at Gu Jingze. Very good. Gu Jingze said, Why did you ask me to come here alone? Just tell me. Clifford paused. What did you say? Gu Jingze looked at him. If you're here to test my ability, then you've seen it just now. The rumors aren't fake. If you want to say something, then just say it. Don't waste each other's time. Gu Jingze stood there. It was hard to imagine. This was his territory, but this man made him feel very uneasy. Clifford said, "You want the ginseng, right?" Gu Jingze nodded. Clifford said, "There are too many people who want the ginseng. You won't be able to get it." "So, who is the ginseng going to be given to?" Gu Jingze said. What he meant was that there were too many people who wanted the ginseng. If Gu Jingze couldn't get it, someone else would. In other words, the family would give the ginseng to someone. But had this person already been decided? Clifford was afraid of this man's intelligence. He had only said a few words, and he had already guessed a few things. Clifford said, "I don't understand what you're saying." "What I mean is that the ginseng is the symbol of our family. We will never give it away. But your family has encountered some unsolvable problems, so you're anxious to get rid of them with the ginseng, right? Did you ask me to come here because you think I have the ability to help you get rid of this problem? If so, you can tell me. I'll help if I can. Of course, my request is very simple. I want the ginseng. If you think that someone else is more capable than me, then you have to tell me first. Then I'll know if I have the ability to get the ginseng, right?" Clifford's expression changed slightly. His guess was right. He was speechless for a moment. Clifford pondered for a long time before he broke the awkward silence. "Well, my sister is going to be the princess soon, but she's missing." "What?" "She's missing. The wedding is next week, but we can't find her now. We can't announce it, or the engagement may be invalid. Of course, we don't want the marriage to be invalid." All of a sudden, Gu Jingze understood. The William family was an ancient family. Their sister, Little William, was chosen as the princess. However, she seemed to be very willful. She left the William family and went missing. Of course, they wanted to get the position of the princess. That way, the future queen would be from the William family, and the next successor would also be from the William family. This was much better than becoming famous around the world with the ginseng. So they wanted to use the ginseng to exchange for a chance to find the future princess. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. Then he smiled faintly. "Leave it to me." "What?" "You can get it." The other party was doubtful. Gu Jingze said, "The secret guards of the Gu family are stronger than the secret agents of any country in the world. If we can't find it, we can just give the ginseng to someone else. What are you worried about?" Lin Che watched from the side. He couldn't help but sigh. Her husband was so powerful. It was not without reason. Chapter 1508. Hearing this, Clifford took a deep look at Gu Jingze. Finally, he nodded. "Okay, I believe you." He felt that with this man's intelligence, if he couldn't do it, then none of the people outside could. When Lin Che and Gu Jingze went out together, the people outside were still staring at the two of them. What happened after they went in? Why did the William family only talk to Gu Jingze? Exactly. Does he think he's the most powerful just because he dealt with the Arabs? They look down on us. However, William's house did not say anything. Knowing that everyone disliked it, Clifford just took a quick glance downstairs and went inside without saying a word. Gu Jingze went back to the hospital. Gu Jingyan looked at Gu Jingze. "How did it go?" Gu Jingze glanced at Liu Beichen behind him. Liu Beichen was still shouting, "Hey, Gu Jingze, I heard that you deliberately led Jing Yan to take the lead." You, how did you?" Gu Jingze glanced at Liu Beichen. "What? You're really something. You let the woman go first. Are you a man?" Gu Jingze said. "You were taken hostage for no reason. Are you a man?" You're right. The women of the Gu family are always stronger than the men of your family. You. Liu Beichen said angrily. Lin Che is also a member of the Gu family. Gu Jingze put his arm around Lin Che. She's married to me, so she's a member of the Gu family. Did he ask for her opinion? It was as if Gu Jingze had eyes on his chin. As soon as Lin Che finished speaking, he suddenly lowered his head and looked at Lin Che. His gaze clearly said, "What, you have a problem with that?" Okay, I have no problem with it. You're right. Lin Che didn't have any resistance to him anyway. Whatever he said was fine. Liu Beichen looked at Lin Che, who was standing on Gu Jingze's side, exasperated. Gu Jingze continued. And Gu Jingyan has nothing to do with you now, so she's also a member of the Gu family. Liu Beichen cried out in his heart that it was unfair. He was lying on the bed and had just barely escaped death. Couldn't he at least give him some face? However, Gu Jingze said, "Liu Beichen, since you have something to do, you can take a rest here. Jing Yan will stay here to take care of you. We'll go and work on the ginseng." Liu Beichen hurriedly asked, "How is it? Have you found the ginseng?" Gu Jingze glanced at Lin Che. Lin Che immediately explained, "They want us to find someone. If we find him, they will give us the ginseng. It's that simple. You might say it's simple, but it's not." Lin Che said, "We must search for this person in absolute secrecy. Otherwise, it will cause a huge commotion. This is a matter that can be big or small. If it gets big, not only will we not be able to get the ginseng, but we will also suffer a calamity." Gu Jingze nodded in agreement. The easier it looks, the harder it is. Liu Beichen seemed to have understood a little. "So, do you have a plan now?" Gu Jingze said, "I've already sent a secret guard to look for him. There will be news in a few days." Alright, they knew about the Gu family's secret guard. As expected, when they returned from the hospital, the Gu family's secret guard already had news. "Sir, there's news that she might have gone to America." "America? Which city exactly? Philadelphia, or California?" Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes. "California first." "Okay, sir." Lin Che and Gu Jingze set off from Sweden and soon arrived in California. Although they were on the Gu family's private jet, it was still very uncomfortable. Lin Che was too tired, so he wanted to go back as soon as he got off the plane. Gu Jingze said, "We came here at the last minute, so we prepared a hotel. Let's go there first." "Oh, okay." Lin Che was followed by Haiying. He was still in good spirits. He yawned and said, "I haven't been to America for a long time. I want to go around." Gu Jingze looked at him. "No." Haiying spread out his hands. "Why?" Gu Jingze said, "You have to know that the FBI has already identified you as a super dangerous person. It's already dangerous for me to bring you here. I don't want to be kicked out of America." Haiying pursed his lips. He could only spread out his hands and said, "Forget it, I'll give you face. I'll also." Before he could say anything, someone came in from below and asked, "May I ask if you're Miss Lin?" A man dressed in a noble suit and leather shoes asked Lin Che with a standard smile on his face. Lin Che was stunned. "Yes, it's me. Miss Lin, my master has prepared a place for you to stay. Please come with us and have a good rest before you go on a tour of California." Gu Jingze and Lin Che looked at each other. Gu Jingze said, "Okay, he's kind. Let's go." Then, he pulled Lin Che along and followed the man out. Haiying said from behind, "Hey, didn't you just say not to make it too dangerous? You don't even know who he is and you're following him. You're too careless." But it was obvious that Gu Jingze couldn't be bothered to listen to him. He Ying could only follow behind, but he looked outside even more cautiously. When they arrived at the place, He Ying saw that it was a seaside villa. He could see the yacht and the boat below. There was also a beautiful swimming pool below. The water was green and it looked very relaxing. It was really great here. He Ying couldn't care so much anymore. Being able to enjoy himself was more important than anything else. Anyway, being cautious was one thing, but if they were really careless, they weren't afraid of anyone. In any case, they would deal with whatever came their way. They would deal with whoever came their way. He Ying lay on the recliner at the door. Looks like this friend is pretty good to us. Ah yeah. It wasn't just pretty. Inside, the food was already prepared. Once they got off the plane, they would be greeted with a beautiful candlelight dinner. It was really not bad. The three of them ate together. He Ying was full and didn't think about anything else. He said directly, "Then I'll go to sleep first. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, that old man from the Gu family will be fine for a while." Lin Che shook his head. "You clearly don't want him to die, but you're still pretending to be so calm." Gu Jingze said, "Isn't he always like this? Let's go and rest first." "Then what happened today? Don't worry, it'll be fine." Gu Jingze comforted her. Lin Che immediately stopped thinking so much. Since he didn't think it was dangerous, she wouldn't think too much about it. They slept peacefully. When Lin Che woke up the next day, the sun was shining brightly. He rested for a while at night. His body, which had been tormented by the flight, had finally recovered. Chapter 1509. Early in the morning, at the dining table, Gu Jingze was still reading the English newspaper excitedly. Lin Che said, "What do we do now, Gu Jingze? Any other news?" Gu Jingze said, "We need to visit our acquaintances here and see if anyone in the upper class knows anything about her." This girl was really capricious. The girl's name was Charlotte. She was originally a very cute girl, but she didn't want to marry the Swedish royal family. She felt a little sad and escaped. She was only 17 years old this year, so she was quite capricious. However, all the people she had interacted with before were capable people in the upper class, so her escape this time could only be related to these people. However, he couldn't look for her openly, so Gu Jingze could only choose to visit the upper class here first to see if there were any movements here. Gu Jingze said, the last time they saw her was when they heard that she was working on a farm. To be able to kidnap her from a marriage, I guess this person should be a good boy. He's about the same age and has similar interests. As for the farm, I checked the list of people around her who are related to the farm. There are 3 people. One is the eldest son of the biggest farm owner in America, and the other is the young master of Oxus Electronics, Gilbert. These 2 are the most likely suspects. He didn't expect Gu Jingze to think so much at once. Lin Che said while eating, "Then why do we still go to the upper class to ask? Ask them what they are doing and if it's really as I think." "Okay, then what are we doing today?" Black Hawk said, "I don't need to go with Lin Che. How about I take her out for a walk?" Gu Jingze looked at Black Hawk in disbelief. Black Hawk spread his hands. Okay. I just haven't been here for a long time and want to go out and see. Let Lin Che bring me along in case I get lost." "Okay." Gu Jingze nodded. "Okay. Anyway, I'll find someone to follow you." Black Hawk glared at him. Lin Che smiled. "That's great. I happen to have someone here who wants to visit." "Who?" "I'm going to Hollywood." Gu Jingze said, "Oh, Shuiyang." "Yeah. Okay, see you tonight." They split up, and Lin Che took Black Hawk with him to Hollywood. Black Hawk said, "It's still very messy here. Follow me." Lin Che said, "Don't worry. I'm more familiar with this place than you. When your brother was shaking the world here, you were still playing house at home." "Oh, you mean the 10 years before you were expelled from the United States?" Haiyang looked at her. "You've been with Gu Jingze for a long time. You've become sharper and sharper." "I'm just telling the truth." The two of them soon arrived at the bottom. Hollywood was crowded every day. The place where Shui Yang lived was nearby. Due to work needs, he rented a house nearby. Why not buy it? Because he couldn't afford it. After all, Shui Yang had only been here for a few years. The houses here could only afford an apartment, and he did not plan to buy an apartment to live in. An apartment was not considered a home for the people here, and he had never thought of starting a family here, so he simply rented a house. The surrounding villas were easily worth tens of millions, so there was no need for him to spend so much money to buy them. Lin Che knew that his TV series had recently been filmed in the shed. Some scenes that needed post-production could be filmed in the shed and then added special effects. There were a lot of such scenes in the TV series here. They had been filming in the shed and did not go out to film, so they came directly to the studio. She did not tell Shui Yang that she was outside, but some directors recognized Lin Che. Although they were separated by a country, some directors knew Lin Che's name. After all, he was the most popular superstar in country C. "Lin, hey, I've heard of you long ago. Why are you here?" Lin Che felt very honored. Although she had never developed her career here, there were people who knew her. "I'm here to look for Shui Yang." "Really? He's filming inside. You can wait here." "Thank you so much." "You're welcome. I'm looking forward to working with you in the future." "Okay, thank you." Lin Che went in and saw that Shui Yang was indeed filming seriously, so he did not get too close. Shui Yang, who was getting more and more mature, looked very masculine. As he no longer walked the path of a young actor, he was now an action star. His skin was slightly tanned, and the obvious scar on his face made him look even more unique. His movements were skillful, and he completed the performance without any expression on his face. There was a round of applause. After he came down, he thanked the people. An assistant hurriedly brought him a blanket. He wrapped himself up and saw Lin Che. Lin Che smiled at him. He quickly ran over in surprise. There was still a reality show reporter filming behind him, so he didn't bother about it. Lin Che stood up hurriedly. "Don't run like that, I'm just here to take a look." Shui Yang said, "Sister Che, why did you suddenly come without telling me?" "I'm here to do something, so I came to see you." She looked at the reporters behind her. "There are reporters, why don't you go and take a look?" "Oh, some reporters who pay attention to the plot. It's nothing much, they prefer to film casually." After Shui Yang's TV series aired its first season, it immediately won recognition in the viewership ratings, so it was quickly renewed. The TV series here were different from the ones in China. They were filmed first and sold to the television giants. If they were willing to buy it, then the TV series would have a future. Hence, renewals were very important. If there were renewals, the TV series could continue filming. Otherwise, they would be fired and would have to look for other jobs. Now that the viewership ratings were soaring, there was basically no problem with renewals, so the pressure on everyone was not that great. However, there were still some people here who looked down on Shui Yang. Because his character in the previous season was very popular. He was originally a supporting character, but now he was written to be the main character by the scriptwriter. The main character's screen time was not as much as his, so of course it caused the main characters to be unhappy. When they walked over and saw Shui Yang and Lin Che together, they brushed past them indignantly and said in a very small voice, "Hey, pretty boy, the one with you is one of the better ones. They're a good match. Not bad." However, just as he said that, he saw the Black Hawk behind him stand up. The Black Hawk was not shorter than these Americans, and he had a thick murderous aura that seemed to have been carved into his bones. That person's heart palpitated. He thought that Lin Che was alone, but he did not expect that there would be someone following behind him. For a moment, he was speechless. He spread his hands and said, "You guys talk." Shui Yang looked sideways as he watched them leave, then said to Lin Che, "Although we've been fighting against discrimination here, there will always be racial discrimination. It's a minority, so don't worry." Lin Che said, "If you feel wronged, tell us. Don't bear it alone." The Black Hawk also said, "That's right, there are more of us Asians. Why should we be afraid of them?" Shui Yang couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 15:10. He immediately recognized that the person beside him was none other than Mo Jinyan. Seeing Mo Jinyan, who was also known as Black Eagle, standing there and speaking up for him, he felt a warmth in his heart. He felt that he could take any hardship because he had the support of Lin Che and the others. "It's okay. If I couldn't handle it myself, how could I stand by Sister Che's side?" Lin Che said, "That's true. None of the artists from our family are bad." Black Eagle said, "All right then, I'll go in and take a look. I haven't seen how they film here." At this moment, someone who didn't know who Black Eagle was suddenly provoking them. You're not allowed to go in. Who told you to come?" Black Eagle said, You're not letting me in. Who are you? What's your name?" Lin Che rubbed his forehead and looked at the man. It was a man who was 1.9 meters tall. It seemed like he was also an actor here. He was quite good-looking, but she couldn't understand how foreigners looked. She only felt that he had a bit of a temperament, but his appearance made her feel disgusted. Shui Yang heard this and hurried over. "What are you doing, Oren?" So his name was Oren. Oren harumphed. "I heard that you people from Country C are like this. You bring all your family and relatives when you go out. This isn't your home. You better not bring this kind of custom to our production team." Ha! Lin Che also wanted to laugh when he heard this. He knew that this relative was on the American special ban list. He wondered if he would be scared to death. Special ban meant that he was not allowed to enter the country. Once he entered, he would be pursued by the entire FBI. However, because he followed Gu Jingze, he didn't leave any information when he entered the country. Looking at it this way, his resistance was right. Black Eagle was indeed a dangerous person. As he said this, he looked at Black Eagle. "Get out, you're not welcome here." Black Eagle chuckled. "The whole of America doesn't welcome me, but I'm still here. You people from Country C are all so shameless." "That's right, I'm that shameless. But don't tell me that I'm from Country C. Actually, I'm also stateless." Black Hawk did not have a fixed country. He was in Country C because Gu Jingming had given him a special order. However, he was not a citizen of Country C. Ao Luan didn't understand. He frowned and said, "What did you say? You want to help Country C clear their name?" "No, we all know that you don't have to. That's how Country C is." Shui Yang couldn't bear to listen anymore. "What do you mean by C country? You speak as if you are an American. The United States is not the land of the Indians, and your ancestral home may not be here. How dare an invader scold others so presumptuously here?" "You." Oren said, "We don't need you to talk about the politics of our country. Shuiyang said, "That's our country's business. It's not your place to joke about it, humph." "So what if I'm joking? If you can't stand it, you can take it home. Oh, and bring your poor relatives along." As Shuiyang listened, he grabbed the tall man's collar. Although he was very tall, Shuiyang's aura was not weak at all. Coupled with his strong arms, it made the man's heart palpitate. Although they weren't afraid of other things, they were still a little afraid of Country C's kung fu. Because it had been rumored to be mysterious, it was a little hard to understand. Shuiyang usually did some of his moves himself. He did it well, but who knew if he really knew a few moves? You dare to hit me? Director, come and see, I'm going to the union to sue him. He hit me. The director looked over immediately. Shuiyang didn't let go even when the director came over. Just then, Black Eagle suddenly pushed Shuiyang away and grabbed Ao Luan's collar on his behalf. Shuiyang was stunned. Black Eagle turned around and said, "I'm not welcome anyway. I'll do it." The director ran over and was shocked. "God, what are you doing? You can't do this." Black Eagle said, "He actually dared to look down on Country C in front of us. If I don't teach him a lesson, it'll be a waste of my..." He thought about it and remembered that he wasn't Country C, so he immediately changed his words. "It'll be a waste of my eating so much of Country C's food." Lin Che was even more speechless. Just then, police sirens came from outside. Everyone was stunned. They looked outside, not knowing what was going on. Oren was still yelling, "Oh my God, did someone kindly call the police for me? That's great, you're all going to be deported soon. Humph, how dare you act as you please here? We have laws here, unlike Country C." Lin Che looked outside and quickly pulled Black Eagle over. Because he realized that those were not ordinary police officers, but the FBI's Federal Bureau of Investigation was written on it. Looking at the rank, it didn't look low either. The people who came saw Black Eagle at once. Black Eagle narrowed his eyes and let go of Ao Luan. The people inside saw that the people who came were not the patrol police in their area, nor were they people they were familiar with. Instead, they were some officers who looked very high-ranking. "Hey, Black Eagle, we're very surprised that you could come to America. How did you enter the country?" Black Eagle spread his hands. "I just came for a walk. Don't worry, I didn't even bring a weapon. I only brought my hands and I'll be leaving very soon." "Oh, hee, that won't do. We don't know what you can do with your hands. We can't take the risk. You're our most wanted criminal. Number 1, do you understand? You have to leave this place. We don't want to cause trouble. We just want you to leave because you have a lifetime ban on you." Black Eagle heaved a sigh of relief. "Looks like there's no other way. Of course, you're too famous. After knowing that you've entered the country, there are already people who want to find you. We don't want to cause trouble in our country. Sorry." Inside, Ao Luan and the other actors didn't know what had happened. They thought that it was just an ordinary police officer passing by. Now that they heard this person say that, they looked at Black Eagle. They were afraid. Who was this person? What was going on? Why was he so scary? The most wanted criminal. Moreover, he wasn't going to be taken away. He was going to be deported. He just had to leave America. This was no ordinary matter. Black Eagle turned around and bared his teeth fiercely at the few people. Ao Luan felt that he was spouting nonsense just now. On the other hand, Shuiyang was a little worried as he watched. Lin Che said, "Do you really have to leave?" The policeman said, "There's no other way." Lin Che bit his lip and looked at Black Eagle. "Then what should we do?" Black Eagle said, looks like Gu Jingze was right. I shouldn't have come out. Alright then, I'll leave first. You and Gu Jingze, don't worry. I'll wait for you outside. Lin Che could only nod and said, I'll tell Gu Jingze first. Alright, sir, madam. Then let's leave first. We have to go to the FBI to handle the procedures. Chapter 15:11. Lin Che could only say to Shuiyang helplessly, okay, there's nothing to play with now. I'll meet up with you after I'm done. Shuiyang said, it's all my fault. You guys came to see me. Lin Che patted his shoulder. He's banned because he's too dangerous. How can you be blamed? It's fine, he's just a troublemaker. It has nothing to do with you. Black Eagle's face darkened. Lin Che said to Black Eagle, let's go then. Black Eagle nodded, his gaze sweeping over the tall Americans behind him. Leaving behind a string of flustered looks, he slowly left with the FBI. In the FBI, Lin Che was still waiting outside. Looking at the people inside, he couldn't help but ask, how are you going to deal with him? The officer looked at Lin Che and then at the list. Oh, those who came with Black Eagle were indeed on the list. She was actually Gu Jingze's wife. Mrs. Gu, don't worry. He'll be deported. He can go anywhere he wants after leaving America. Lin Che could only shrug. It's so troublesome. Don't worry, he won't drag you down. You and Mr. Gu. Well, it's not the first level of security yet, although it's almost there. What? Lin Che was speechless. Gu Jingze and I are going to be deported too. Not really, but they say that as long as the two of you enter the country, we have to keep a close watch because you're considered dangerous too. Lin Che was speechless. However, he thought that as long as Country C still had diplomatic relations with America, they wouldn't really deport them. Lin Che didn't say anything more. But soon, he saw a group of lawyers coming in. The FBI was surprised to see a group of lawyers. Hey, old buddy, why are you all here together? Someone hired me to clear Mr. Mo's name. We feel that it's illegal for you to deport him blindly. It's disrespectful to label him as a dangerous person. It's also a form of discrimination. The FBI was even more confused. These people were hired together. Lin Che looked at them in surprise. What's going on? The officer said, don't you know him? Lin Che shook his head. He said, all right, you guys. They're the best team of lawyers. Usually, any one of them is already very impressive, but now they've been invited by the same person. He looked Lin Che up and down. Isn't it your husband's actions? How is that possible? Lin Che muttered. He's more than happy to see Black Hawk get kicked out and become a joke. The official said, it seems that this is very interesting. It should be someone with similar financial resources, at least similar to your family's, to be able to afford it. Lin Che stood there and thought about it, but he could only think of one person. Abigail. Lin Che's eyes lit up and he immediately said, you guys go in quickly. Go in first. I'll go out and look for someone. Lin Che hurriedly ran out, but after looking around, he couldn't find it. Lin Che thought that it made sense. Although she was watching from afar, she might not necessarily show herself. Lin Che returned resentfully and saw that Black Hawk had already been bailed out. Because he had legal documents with him, the higher-ups had to do some research to see if he was legally prohibited from entering the country. So, for the time being, he could still stroll around in the United States. However, he had to report to the FBI every day. Lin Che looked at the lawyers gratefully. He knew that this result had a lot to do with their connections here. After all, in the profession of lawyers, the most important thing was connections. After going out, Black Hawk was still saying, "Why was I released just like that? Huh, do you want to leave?" "Of course not," Lin Che said faintly. "It's because of Abigail. I think she's watching us from afar and helping us in secret, but it's not convenient for her to show herself." Black Hawk immediately said, "That's right. She did me a big favor." "Very good. Why doesn't she dare to show herself?" "Because her relationship with Shui Yang isn't clear yet." Black Hawk said, "Very good. I owe her a favor. I'll definitely return it in the future." Why did Lin Che have a bad feeling when he saw Black Hawk's lofty and ambitious appearance? Soon, he returned home. Lin Che told Gu Jingze about it. "Do you think Bai is helping us?" Gu Jingze said, "She's probably the only one who could spend so much money. After all, Wesley's family doesn't have anything else but money." Lin Che shook his head. "Why doesn't she show herself every time? Do you have any way to make her come out?" Gu Jingze smiled. "Who does she care about the most?" "Shui Yang," Lin Che said after thinking for a moment. Gu Jingze said, "That's it." Lin Che was stunned. Did he mean to make use of Shui Yang to make her show herself? That was embarrassing, but if he didn't do that, she wouldn't come out the next day. It was the same crew, but when they went there again, everyone was much more restrained and well-behaved. Because on the first day, the director said to everyone, "Do you know who came yesterday? She's not an ordinary person. In Country C, she's a diva-level celebrity, and she's also the wife of Gu Jingze, a tycoon in Country C. In Country C, she's comparable to us. Unlucky. Do you understand?" Everyone understood and naturally didn't dare to be unhappy today. Lin Che arrived and smiled at Shui Yang. "Oh right, you're not young anymore. Do you have a girlfriend you like here?" Shui Yang didn't expect her to suddenly mention this. "Sister Che, do you have this hobby now?" He heard that after having a child and having a stable life, one would unconsciously start to worry about the people around them. He thought that Lin Che wouldn't. Lin Che laughed dryly and said sincerely, "Of course, I'm worried that you're too attached to the past. Why don't you think about the future? Think about whether you can start a new life. Maybe after you start a new life, something will happen to you and everything will be different." Shui Yang looked at Lin Che. He really didn't doubt whether she was serious now. She said it so seriously that Shui Yang's expression collapsed for a moment. "Back then, that wasn't what Sis Che told me. You said that as long as I worked hard to become better, there would only be a possibility in the future. I'm working hard to become better, or is there something wrong with Bai? You suddenly told me." Seeing that he was thinking in that direction, Lin Che hurriedly said, "No, don't let your imagination run wild." Chapter 15:12. What's wrong? Shui Yang asked. Lin Che played with the strands of hair by his ear. "Nothing. I just feel that it's taking too long." "You don't have to wait that long. I can wait, you can try too." "I don't want to try, Shui Yang, are you going to listen to me?" Lin Che's face darkened. Shui Yang bit his lip. He listened to Lin Che the most. Not because of anything else, but because Lin Che was like his second parent, giving him the chance to be reborn again and again. He was able to stand up again this time because she didn't give up on him. Otherwise, with his looks, even if he could make a living in the domestic entertainment industry, he wouldn't be able to develop much. "Okay, I'll listen to you, but I can't go against my heart. I'll try." Hearing him say that, Lin Che felt a little guilty. But he thought that he would tell him the truth in the future, but he couldn't now, so he didn't say anything else. Okay then, I'll introduce you to a girl. Shui Yang didn't expect it to be so soon. Lin Che told him to meet the girl at a cafe. After giving him the address, he left and said that he would wait for him there. Although Shui Yang was too lazy to go, he had no choice but to go. Soon, he arrived. After sitting down, he ordered something to drink. Looking up, the waiter looked at him. Oh, I know you. Are you filming? What's your name? I watched that TV show. Shui Yang smiled. Thank you. The scar on his face was an obvious mark. People often recognized him, although they might not know his name. Just then, there was indeed a girl opposite him. She was from Country C. She looked young, fresh, and cute. Ah, Shui Yang, hello. Shui Yang said, you're the one that Sister Che introduced. Yeah, hello. I've heard a lot about you. I'm an employee of the Gu Corporation here. I've been working here for 7 years and in California for 5. Oh, that seemed reasonable. Lin Che probably knew her long ago and felt that she was suitable, so he introduced her to him. Looking at her, she was indeed a friendly and cute girl. However, Shui Yang wasn't interested. He was still used to looking at that candid and eccentric little face, chattering away on about what she wanted to say, not caring if anyone was listening or not. Shui Yang couldn't refuse her directly. Anyway, she was just here to make friends, so he looked at her indifferently while talking, although he kept thinking of another face in his heart. Unexpectedly, at this moment, outside the door, a figure suddenly flashed across his mind. He sprang to his feet. But when he looked outside, that person was already gone. Ah, boy. How could this be? But it was clearly her. Was he in a trance? Did he see wrongly? He stood there in a daze. His hesitant face made people's hearts ache. At the same time, outside, Lin Che suddenly stood in front of Ah Bai. Ah Bai, where are you going? Ah Bai was stunned and looked back at her. He couldn't help but come over to take a look, but as soon as he arrived, he realized that there was someone outside. Ah Bai was not stupid, and suddenly felt that she had fallen into a trap. But it was too late to leave. Che. Lin Che. Ah Bai looked at her, and Lin Che also looked at her. In a moment of excitement, she hugged this little girl who she hadn't seen for a long time. You? Ah Bai's eyes were wet from her hug. Lin Che. Why are you here, sob, silly girl, didn't you know when we came? Why are you asking me why I'm here? I know, but why are you here? Lin Che let go of her, looked at her, and said, what else can I do? Why don't you show your face after helping us so secretly? I'm staying at your place and eating your food. How can I not thank you? Ah Bai was really speechless. Looking inside again, then Shui Yang. At this time, Shui Yang had also run out. Just as he was in a daze, he was reminded by Lin Che's people and called out. Shui Yang walked over quickly, but when he was about to reach here, his footsteps stopped again. His expression seemed to have a sense of homesickness. He looked at her as if he didn't dare to approach her. Ah Bai was already surging with uneasiness. She stood there for a long time before turning her head. Lin Che said, all right, Ah Bai, you've seen everything. What's there to be shy about? Come on. Only then did Shui Yang look at Lin Che and said in amusement, Sister Che. You've deliberately setting a trap for him. He thought that he really came for a blind date, but in the end, the blind date suddenly said that there was someone outside that he wanted to see. Wasn't the truth self-evident all of a sudden? Shui Yang looked at Ah Bai again. For a moment, the corner of his lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Bye. After a long time, he finally called out a name. Bai also looked at him excitedly. Shuiyang, Bai, you, Shuiyang. She wanted to come over, but seemed to have thought of something. With a face full of worry, she retreated. Lin Che was anxious at the side, but after thinking about it, he wasn't in a hurry. He said first, all right, let's find a place to sit down first. Otherwise, let's go to where we live. That's also Bai's place. Bai smiled. Although her thoughts were different from her own, she was still very happy to be able to see them like this and talk to them. When they reached home together, although Shuiyang's eyes kept staring at them, he still pulled Lin Che over and asked, "Did you deliberately find someone to trick me?" Lin Che spread his hands. "Of course. You want to see her too, right? Then you have to tell me first. If I tell you first, you won't be so real. She probably planted someone in the crew. She'll only believe you when she sees you go on a blind date in a bad mood." Shuiyang looked at her gloomily. "Then who did you find? An employee of the company? You really know how to make things difficult for others. It's all for you guys." Lin Che chuckled. "And that female colleague still likes you very much. She thinks it's good to go and see you." At this time, seeing that Bai had come over, Lin Che stopped talking about this. However, he saw that Bai clearly wanted to come over, but she retreated. That expression seemed a little strange. Lin Che frowned and walked over. Bai. She felt that something was wrong with Bai. Bai, do you have something to say to me?" She looked at Bai and asked. Bai glanced at Shuiyang inside. Lin Che also glanced at her before saying to her, "I won't tell him." "You tell him what exactly happened?" Bai bit her lip. "My dad said that I'm very old and should find a man to take care of me. He loves me, so." Chapter 15-13. Lin Che paused. "You mean, your dad is going to set you up on a blind date?" Bai sighed and lowered her head. "He already has a few candidates. In a few days, he will hold a yacht banquet. At the seaside, all the people he has chosen will go. At that time, he will let me meet them. I don't know. What should I do then?" Lin Che was naturally anxious in his heart. Looking at Shuiyang inside, because of Bai, he was still single and had not been in contact with a single woman. Bai said, "I protested with my dad many times, but my dad always said that I'm the only one left in the family who hasn't married yet, and that I don't have a good future. His heart is not good, and he doesn't know when he will pass away. He wants to see me obedient, and if I resist again, he will call a doctor. I really don't know how to communicate with him." Lin Che looked at this place and thought carefully. After a while, she said to Bai, "When will the yacht banquet be held?" "Very soon." Lin Che held her shoulder. "I will tell Shuiyang. You just need to tell me, do you still have feelings for Shuiyang?" Bai's eyes flickered. I just feel that there is no one else who has given me that kind of feeling, the feeling of being with him, the feeling of a future." Lin Che smiled. "Even now, he has scars on his face and his skin is dark. He is no longer the little fresh meat he used to be. He will always be Shuiyang. I think he looks even better now." Lin Che said, "Well, since you said that, I understand. You can go back, I will tell Shuiyang." Bai looked inside reluctantly. "If he knows, he will definitely be angry." "How could he really be angry with you, fool?" She comforted Bai. Bai looked at Lin Che with hope. She always felt that Lin Che's luck was so good that he could turn misfortune into fortune every time. With her, many things might become very hopeful. Bai left first. Shuiyang was inside, and when he saw Lin Che coming back alone, the light in his eyes dimmed a lot. Lin Che walked over, sighed, and said to Shuiyang, Bai, what's the matter with her? She didn't even dare to look me in the eyes just now. Lin Che sighed and told him about Abi. Shuiyang clenched his fists tightly. His father said he would give me time. Lin Che said, what do you plan to do now? I'm going to find Mr. Wesley and tell him what I think. Lin Che nodded, if you go, I'll go with you. He returned home. Lin Che sent someone to investigate. Sure enough, after asking around, everyone knew that Mr. Wesley was personally choosing a son-in-law for his youngest daughter. Many of the upper-class people here knew about this, and they were determined to go in. When they thought that marrying Wesley would be a disgrace to the family, they racked their brains to get in. Lin Che asked someone to check who Mr. Wesley was interested in and found that they were all famous people, and it could be seen that he was very fond of her by now. The people he chose were all beautiful, good character, and had a good reputation outside. In comparison, an actor like Shuiyang was nothing. However, how could love be decided by one's family status? While Lin Che was watching, Black Hawk was helping her plan. What else is there to say? Kidnap her, get married and have a child. What else can her family say? Go to hell. Do you think you're the same as using children to fool Firen? Get lost. Black Hawk rubbed Lin Che's head. Lin Che pondered for a moment. It's not good to kidnap her, but we can threaten those who want to kidnap her. As she spoke, her eyes flashed and she looked at Black Hawk. Ing, who was still shaking his head, suddenly felt that she was looking at him with bad intentions. You. Why are you looking at me? Anyway, you're already a first-class dangerous person. What did she mean? I can't fight with Gu Jingze. If we're both expelled, you won't be able to come here in the future. What the hell do you want? And you said that Bai is good. You have to help her. Do you have the heart to watch her marry these people? If you have something to say, just say it. Lin Che's expression became more and more serious. He chuckled and said, you should know someone in the United States, at midnight. In the red light district. The luxurious lifestyle made people feel extravagant just by looking at it. When a man came out crookedly, the people next to him were laughing and saying, it said that you're going to marry Miss Wesley. How dare you come out? Aren't you afraid that her father will give you a gun? Go to hell. I just came out to have fun. Once I become their son-in-law, I won't do anything. That little beauty is much more beautiful than the ones here. Besides, I'll be one of the richest people in the world. Why would I come to such a place? He proudly kicked away the cans on the ground. The people next to him laughed. However, while his laughter lingered, he saw several people dressed in hip-hop suddenly appear in front of him. They were all holding baseball bats in their hands, waving them threateningly as they walked up to him. They suddenly felt a burst of murderous intent. It was obvious that these people were coming for them. However, there was no nonsense. Before they could react, a few baseball bats were swung at them. Where did you come from? You know who I am. How dare you hit me? My dad is the boss of the shipbuilding industry. The screams at the front turned into wails. Stop hitting, I'll give you money. At this moment, a tall figure walked out. He lit a cigarette, took a puff, and flicked the ashes at the man's face. The man was scared. Looking at the Asian face in front of him, he didn't understand who it was. Black Hawk snorted. He was the best at showing off. That action just now was cool and dazzling. It was simply frightening. He said, "You're not allowed to go to tomorrow's banquet." Ah. Why? As soon as he said that, the gun in Black Hawk's hand was pressed against his forehead. Ah. I'm not going. Black Hawk nodded in satisfaction. You can look in the mirror and see how you look now. Do you think you're good enough for Abigail? Fuck off. If I see you tomorrow, I promise, even if the gun doesn't hit your body, I'll definitely destroy this part of you. As he said that, he moved the gun downwards. He was a dignified big man, but a foul liquid suddenly flowed out of his lower body. He cried and suddenly felt that he had lost all his face. Only then did Black Hawk stop. He snorted and let go of him. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Just in case, all of this was recorded while they were doing it. Black Hawk told Lin Che that even if he wasn't scared and still dared to go to the banquet, Wesley would never marry his daughter to such a shameful person. Chapter 15-14. Lin Che looked at the video and said to Black Hawk, "What does Wesley think of people? How could he find such a person? How can he compare to our Shuiyang?" Black Hawk said, "You may know a person's face, but you don't know his heart. Wesley doesn't have the time to look at these things. It's fine as long as he has a good family background." Lin Che clicked his tongue. "When I find a partner for my child, I'll definitely dig up all 18 generations of his ancestors." Alright, Nian Nian is such a smart person. No one can fool him. Just keep an eye on Shuiyuan. However, with Nian Nian looking after him, you probably don't have to worry. What? Wasn't she better than Nian Nian? Although it seemed a little, the others used similar methods to scare them. After scaring them one by one, Lin Che was satisfied. Because Wesley's yacht banquet attracted most of the upper class to attend, the day was also very lively. Lin Che and Gu Jingze walked over together. As they walked, they looked outside. "It's not good for us to come uninvited, right?" Gu Jingze said, "They can't wait for us to come. Look." Soon after, Lin Che saw Wesley walking over very quickly, his face full of joy. Recently, Gu Jingze had shone in the business world. He had acquired tens of billions of yuan worth of real estate and tourist resorts. He had also shown off in the economic news and instantly attracted the attention of the world. Everyone's favorite guess now was how much money Gu Jingze had. Therefore, Wesley was also very proud of Gu Jingze for being able to come here. Now that he was walking over happily, one could imagine how happy he was in his heart. "Mr. Gu, why didn't you tell us that you were coming to America?" As Gu Jingze walked in, the people next to him looked over enviously. Their gazes were basically saying, "Wesley is amazing." Gu Jingze actually came to find a son-in-law for his daughter. Gu Jingze said, "Your daughter already knew about it." As he said that, he glanced at Ah Bai, who was standing behind him in a princess outfit. Wesley looked behind him. Ah Bai stuck out her tongue and glared at Gu Jingze resentfully. Wesley said, "Abigail, why didn't you tell me that Gu Jingze was here?" Abigail said, "I only knew that Lin Che was here. Who cares about him?" "You," Wesley said, "my daughter doesn't mean anything else. It's okay. We know each other very well. We can still joke about this." Gu Jingze smiled. Wesley also let out a relieved smile. Gu Jingze was personally welcomed by Wesley. Lin Che looked inside and secretly sent a message to Shuiyang. After a while, Wesley walked in with a smile on his face. He seemed to be in a good mood. There were quite a lot of rich people here. The water was just right at the Sunshine Coast. The sailboat was already floating in the sea. Lin Che saw that there were a lot of young men in the restaurant. He turned his head and said to Gu Jingze, "Wow, a handsome man." Gu Jingze lowered his head and looked at her with a threatening look in his eyes. Lin Che hurriedly moved closer and touched his chest, "But none of them are as beautiful as you." Hearing this, Gu Jingze smiled with satisfaction. He lowered his head and pinched her cheeks. "You're not allowed to look anymore." Lin Che said, "What's wrong? It doesn't really matter if I look at it. No matter how much I look at it, I won't be as beautiful as you. I'll only sigh when I look at it. You're the best in the world. That's why I'm even more devoted to you." Gu Jingze's smile deepened and he kissed the corner of her lips lightly. Lin Che didn't avoid him. She glared at him resentfully. Annoying. There were so many people watching. However, Gu Jingze didn't care about this. He only looked at Lin Che and said with a smile, "You're such a sweet talker." Lin Che didn't dare to say anything. She was worried that he would be even more presumptuous. Wesley was originally quite happy. However, after waiting for a long time, he didn't see the son-in-law he had chosen. For a moment, he was a little surprised. After going out to make a few calls, his face darkened. Lin Che stole a glance and picked up his things. He pretended that nothing had happened and continued to drink his tea. Not long after, everyone waited left and right, but no one came. For a moment, they found it strange. They said that they were going to pick a son-in-law, but why wasn't there a single one? Seeing the speculations in their eyes, Wesley became even more anxious. He went down to instruct his subordinates, "Go and look for them." "What's going on?" "Sir, we went and none of them came. Some even went to Australia overnight." "What? Why is it like this?" "We don't know either, but from their voices, they seem to be very scared." "Scared? Was their family scary?" Wesley was puzzled. He glanced at the two uninvited guests, Lin Che and Gu Jingze. If they said that this had nothing to do with them, who would believe them? Wesley stood beside Gu Jingze and coughed dryly. "Mr. Gu." Gu Jingze looked up and raised his eyebrows. "What's up? What's the purpose of you coming here? You're not just here to visit me and my daughter, are you?" Gu Jingze smiled. "I happen to have something to do here, so I came to join in the fun. But I heard that Stevens, Harry's, and a few other boys who are of a suitable age have run away. Didn't you do something to them?" Gu Jingze laughed. "How is that possible? I promise I didn't do it. But I can't guarantee that others haven't done it, like Blackhawk." Gu Jingze continued to look ahead. "But even if someone has done something, he didn't come after being stopped by someone. It means that he doesn't seem to love your daughter deeply. He might not be a good match for your daughter and the Wesley family." Wesley's face darkened instantly. Because what he said wasn't wrong. Wesley was also angry in his heart. No matter what they did, they didn't dare to come anymore. They were too weak. Gu Jingze said, "So sometimes, these people are not as good as those down-to-earth and hard-working young people." "Don't laugh, young man, is poor." Wesley looked outside. Although he was more sure that it had something to do with them, he couldn't say anything. At this time, "Hey, that seems to be the lead of a popular TV series recently. That Asian. I know him. Didn't he get an Oscar a while ago? He's so handsome. My daughter likes him very much. He's very handsome and manly." Hearing these discussions, Wesley couldn't help but turn his head. He saw Shui Yang walking towards him step by step. His expression was calm and fearless. Compared to the past few years, he looked more mature and steady. He was no longer the fair-skinned young man in the past. Wesley was still thinking that he had the guts to come here. However, Shui Yang was even bolder. he was already walking towards him. Chapter 15:15. Wesley had already stood up and looked over angrily. It was all because of this man that his daughter was so stubborn and didn't listen to him. Even now, she was still unwilling to find someone to marry. Seeing Wesley like this, Bai hurriedly ran over and stood in front of Shuiyang. She pulled Shuiyang's hand and said to Shuiyang, Don't go over, Shuiyang. She seemed to be begging as she stared at Shuiyang. She was worried that he would be hurt because of her father. Shuiyang looked at the girl that he had been thinking about day and night. Seeing her, he already felt that no matter what, he would be motivated. He said, "It's okay, Bai. Believe me, I'm just having an adult conversation with your father. I won't disrespect him. No matter what, he's still your father." Bai shook her head vigorously. "I'm worried about you. Bai, I can do it. Believe me. Believe in the man you choose." He seemed to be anxiously looking at Bai in front of him. Being looked at by him like that, Bai felt that her heart was about to melt. She nodded forcefully. "I believe you." She moved aside a little. Shuiyang finally walked over. Looking at the inside, Wesley was standing there. Looking at Shuiyang, he lowered his head and glanced at him, his eyes full of disdain. "What happened to your face?" Shuiyang smiled nonchalantly. "I'm not here to talk about my face today. I just want to say, Mr. Wesley, we've spent so many years together, and now, we've been separated for so many years. Are you still doubting our feelings?" Wesley sneered. "That's right. After so many years, my daughter has become even more outstanding, and you are still just an actress. You could even look at your face in the past, but now, you still have scars on your face." That meaning, it was as if he didn't have the nerve to stand here. Even Bai felt that it was too much. She looked at Wesley and said, "Dad, how can you speak like that?" Instead, he said to Wesley, "I'm sorry, I'm not better, but this is me. I've worked hard for so many years, and I've decided to continue to work hard. In order to be better and worthy of the goddess in my heart, I will work hard for a lifetime. But now, I can't watch my goddess, the goal I'm fighting for, be married to someone else by you, so I'm here. Mr. Wesley, I hope you can think about what your daughter needs. It's not a good family background, it's everything you've chosen for her, it's everything she wants." Wesley said, "What do you know? When you reach my age and have a daughter, you can put yourself in my shoes and see if you're willing to marry your daughter to someone like you." Shuiyang laughed, "I'm willing." You're too complacent." "Yes, because I know exactly what's in my heart. As a man who is willing to wait for so many years for a woman, and no one can occupy his heart except for her, and is willing to do anything for her, why can't I agree?" Bai looked at him, moved, as if she was the only one in his eyes. Wesley still looked at him mockingly. Bai had already rushed over desperately. "Dad, I really can't wait any longer. I've tried. After so many years, he's the only one who can make me willing to wait like this. I've also thought about whether I'm moved for a moment, but it's not like that. I don't want to compare any man I see with him, and I feel that no one can be as good as him." Wesley was really angry as he looked at his disappointing daughter. Then he looked at the man in front of him who was equally determined. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes. Okay, I'll fulfill your wish, I'll fulfill your wish." They were all stunned. Even Bai couldn't believe it. She looked at her father. You agree?" Shuiyang immediately pulled Bai. However, before Wesley could finish his words, he looked at Bai coldly. "From today onwards, you will no longer be a member of my Wesley family." Bai paused. Shui Yang turned his head and looked at Wesley. Wesley looked ahead coldly, as if he was very determined. As long as you're willing to go with him, then the moment you walk out of the door, you will no longer be a member of my Wesley family. All your assets will be confiscated. Everything you have will be gone. Your house, your car, your staff, and the people who serve you will all be gone. Go. You've given up your entire family to marry someone who can only take you on the run. Even if he works hard for you for the rest of his life, you won't have the status and everything you have now. Go. Bai lowered her head, and no one could see her expression. However, Shui Yang's heart ached. He wanted to love her, but he didn't want her to suffer so much. He looked down at Bai. Bai also slowly raised her head to look at him. Shui Yang took her hand. I can say that I'm willing to give you everything I have, but if the price is for you to lose the present, then I can withdraw. I don't want to drag you to suffer with me. It's true, Bai, I love you, so I don't want you to live unhappily, so, Wesley laughed, so, she's no longer a member of the Wesley family, so you don't want her anymore? Shui Yang smiled coldly. In your eyes, money is so important, right? I just don't want her to regret it. If she's willing to go with me, I'll take her away immediately. I've said it before, everything I have is hers, as long as she's willing. I'm willing. 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks. Bai raised her head and looked at him. I understand what you mean. You love me, so you don't want me to lose everything I have right now for your thoughts. You don't want me to give up my good life because you love me. You don't want to possess me. You just want me to live happily, right? Shui Yang nodded heavily. With such a woman who understood him, what else did he want? Bai said, no, as long as I have you, I already have the whole world. Bai turned around. Dad, I'm already very happy to be your daughter and get everything that others have never gotten in their lives. Thank you, I've enjoyed it enough. Even if I leave now, I'll be satisfied, so. I still thank you. Shui Yang also pulled Bai and looked at Wesley, indifferent, without a trace of sadness. Mr. Wesley, don't worry, we will stay far away and not let you feel that it's an eyesore. As for me, I will also use my entire life to protect her, love her, and not let her suffer. I believe that even if I can't compare to the Wesley family, I still have the ability to give her a warm home. Chapter 15-16. With that said, he held Bai's hand tightly. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other with incomparable determination. For a moment, they felt as if they had the whole world. It was so beautiful. Wesley stared at the two of them. Shui Yan, on the other hand, just pulled Bai and the two of them walked out without saying anything. Wesley's footsteps moved. However, in the end, he still clenched his hands tightly and stopped. Lin Che looked in the direction where the two of them left and couldn't help but smile. She pulled Gu Jingze, who was beside her, and Gu Jingze also looked at her. They looked at each other and smiled. Gu Jingze raised his head and said to Wesley, there aren't many men like him. You can look at these videos and compare them to see if Shui Yang is better. These videos, how did they end up in Gu Jingze's hands? Of course, Lin Che had seen them. These were not the ones recorded by Black Hawk. Wesley paused, took the phone and opened it. The more he looked, the worse his expression became. In the end, he even threw it aside irritably. He sat down as if he was very weak. Gu Jingze said, since they can give up everything for each other, they won't give up each other in the future. Wesley was still stubborn. He has made up his mind. He knows that Bai's surname is Wesley, so he thinks that I won't give up on her. That's why he said that. Lin Che said, come on, at this moment, he won't think so much. If it's true, he might think so when he goes back and thinks about it. At this moment, there is no time or opportunity for him to think about it seriously. The impulse and thought at this moment are the most real in his heart. Gu Jingze also nodded in agreement. Mr. Wesley, I believe you have your own judgment. We are all outsiders, but really, even without Awe Bai, Shui Yang's future is limitless. He stood up, very certain. Yes, with him, Gu Jingze, there was a future for anyone who wanted to have a future. Wesley rolled his eyes at him. Then he reacted. Hey, these people, did you do all these people? He pointed at the videos. Lin Che quickly held Gu Jingze's hand tightly. I did it. Don't think that Gu Jingze did it on purpose. Gu Jingze smiled. Alright, I did what you did, but it doesn't matter. He looked at Wesley again. I believe that Mr. Wesley has his own judgment. Even if what we're doing is wrong, we're doing it for Awe Bai. Anyway, I don't know what Mr. Wesley is thinking. Seeing this, I feel that they're not worthy of Awe Bai. Yes, he felt the same way when he saw it. Gu Jingze left with Lin Che. Behind them, everyone was still discussing spiritedly. Today's show was really unexpected. Anyway, the yacht banquet was still going on, but there were no more blind dates. After Shui Yang returned, he called Lin Che with a bai. Thank you, Sis Che. My actions won't affect us, right? Lin Che said, alright, don't worry. If Wesley's family can affect us, then we won't be able to stay here anymore. I believe that Gu Jingze won't be afraid of Wesley's family. But when are you guys holding the wedding? On our way back, we already what? I've already been to church. Really, he couldn't wait. However, thinking about it, it was so beautiful. Sometimes, life needed such impulsiveness so that life wouldn't be colorless. She said, that doesn't count. Anyway, don't think that it's that easy to marry Awe Bai. Awe Bai is stupid, but we're not stupid. We can't do it without a wedding, a betrothal gift, or a house. Anyway, prepare everything for me. Don't think that Awe Bai doesn't have a family. We're even harder to deal with than Wesley's family. Shui Yang couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Okay. I've prepared everything, okay? That's more like it. After putting down the phone, Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze rubbed her head. Lin Che pouted. I didn't tell you what I did with Black Hawk. How did you know? Gu Jingze said, alright, Black Hawk told me. I was worried that you would say that how could that be? Although it was a little impulsive, it was indeed the best way. But you actually brought it with you and didn't tell me. Wasn't it best to take it out at that time? Yes, it was the best. When Wesley was in despair and lost, it was best to give him a reason to believe that Shui Yang was the best. Gu Jingze must have picked that time on purpose. Seriously, she couldn't help but call Gu Jingze an old fox. Lin Che said, alright, let's not worry about this for now. We haven't found the Williams yet. What should we do? Gu Jingze wasn't in a hurry. I've already found someone to help me. Oh, who? You just met him. Who is it? She rolled her eyes and suddenly realized something. Wesley. Gu Jingze smiled. Damn, Lin Che narrowed his eyes at him. This man. Was there a moment when he wasn't calculating? Probably not. On the other side, Liu Beichen had already called. His body was almost recovered and he really wanted to fly over. However, he still needed someone to take care of him. Black Eagle was very obedient after what he had just done. He seemed to be very worried that he would be sent out if he was discovered. Just after one day of peace, the next day, there was news from Wesley's family. We got news that the person you're looking for has been found. Someone from Wesley's family called. Oh, what do you mean? You won't be too happy. She's staying with an actress. She eloped with someone. Wesley seemed to be gloating. I told you, actors are the ones who cause trouble. After saying that, Wesley remembered that Lin Che was also an actor. Oh, I mean some actors. He didn't dare to say anything about Lin Che. He knew how protective Gu Jingze was. Gu Jingze wouldn't be angry at Wesley's stubbornness. Where are they? They're hiding in the mountains. They went to the film recently and were seen by someone. I understand. Give me the address. Soon, Gu Jingze got the address. Lin Che came over to have a look. Who is so daring to kidnap the future princess? Looking at the information, Lin Che knew this person. He had been watching an American TV series recently and this man was in it. It was no wonder. This was a male drama. They often went to Nordic countries and probably to Sweden. Maybe they knew each other there. But he was too daring. Did he not know that the person he kidnapped had affected the rise and fall of a family? Chapter 15-17. This man acted in a very popular American TV series. Otherwise, Lin Che wouldn't have known him. She was excited at the thought of seeing the popular character in the American TV series she watched. Suddenly, she was like a fan. She said eagerly, I hope I can take a picture. I wonder if I can get an autograph. Hee hee. Gu Jingze looked at her. Don't forget that you're a star, and a top star in the Celestial Empire. Lin Che chuckled. That's not the same. Chasing stars has its own fun. No matter how old a woman was, she would always be infatuated with a man. As for celebrities, the reason why people would chase after them was because they were constantly portraying beautiful roles. Hence, Lin Che really liked the character in the American TV series. She even fell in love with this actor whose name was Robert in real life. This actor had been very popular recently. He would go on talk shows when he was free. In America, talk shows had higher ratings than reality shows, so he was very popular. Lin Che had prepared a gift to bring over. He had done his best as a fan. Gu Jingze was speechless, but he still let her be. When they arrived, they saw that the place was very beautiful. It felt like an American village. Gu Jingze said, You know how to choose a place. Lin Che was very much a fan. She said, This is Robert's grandmother's house. His family started out in the farm business. He liked drama when he was young, so he went to further his studies before he started acting. How did you know? Robert's official website, she said. Look, there's his website here. It's specially made by his fans. Gu Jingze shook his head. You fans, what's wrong? We rely on these fans to survive. Gu Jingze was speechless. He pinched his wife's nose. The two of them went inside together. Hey, who are you? Who let you in? A person at the door said, pointing at the two of them. Lin Che said immediately, Is Robert here? I'm his fan. I came from country C to see him. I hope he can come out and meet me. I have a gift for him. That was a good excuse. Gu Jingze looked at his wife and smiled. Lin Che gave him a see if I'm smart expression. The person on the other side looked at the gift suspiciously. He felt that it should have been prepared beforehand. It seemed to be real. Oh, some people know that he used to live here, but very few people come looking for him. How do you know he's here? Because he used to live here, he wasn't here anymore. Even if they came here, they wouldn't be able to find Robert, so very few fans came here. Of course, Lin Che wouldn't say that it was a secret agent. She said, "Oh, I'm just here to try my luck. Looks like he's really here." "That's great, looks like I'm in luck." "Yes, you are very lucky. He is indeed here. Come in with me." This person was Robert's relative. After he went in, he seemed to have told Robert. But when Robert came out, he was in a bad mood. Looking at the woman in front of him, he said gloomily, "Who told you to find this place?" Just as Lin Che was about to give out the gift, he saw Robert, who was dressed in casual clothes, ask this question first. Robert was here because his woman, Charlotte William, was living here. She said that she was hiding to avoid the marriage arranged by her family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to this village. It was fine to come to the farm occasionally, but it wasn't comfortable to stay here all the time. And because of this, he had turned down a few jobs, so he was very depressed. But Charlotte was from the William family, and that family was very rich, so he could only follow Charlotte's wishes. But Robert didn't expect that there would be fans looking for him here. And the key thing was that when he came out, he saw the face of a person from Country C. Actually, he didn't really like the fans from Country C. Although there were many of them, they didn't buy the original movies from Country C. Although they were famous in Country C, it was useless. They couldn't get the broadcasting share from Country C. They could only watch the movies become popular there, but most of them were pirated. And they were changed beyond recognition. They could also go there to earn money. They paid a lot, but the procedures were very complicated. For safety reasons, Country C was very strict in this aspect. So they disliked Country C more and more. They always felt that they were stealing their money. Lin Che didn't know about this. She came over to look at him warmly, but she didn't expect to be treated coldly. She raised her eyebrows and kept her expression. Because she also had fans in the country, she had always been very friendly to her fans. But after being in the industry for a long time, she knew that some people still had to maintain their composure towards their fans on the surface. But when there was only one or two fans, they couldn't help but reveal their emotions. Some were disgusted, some were annoyed. And Robert's expression was obviously both. She said, "Why, did I disturb you?" Robert only hoped that she would leave quickly. "Okay, I've got the gift. You can go now." Poor Lin Che. She had even taken a photo of him and posted it on the internet. On her Weibo, there was a photo of Robert slowly walking over. She said excitedly, "I'm here to see Robert. Do you want to ask if there are any plot spoilers?" Her fans immediately swarmed over and said enviously, "Lin Che, ask when the ending is. Ask who won in the end. Ask who will die. Baby Che, you're the best. Baby Che is actually watching this. I want to watch it too. I didn't like watching it at first, but Baby Che actually likes it. I want to watch it too." Just as these fans were saying this, Lin Che already didn't like the Robert in front of her that much. However, this feeling of having his dreams shattered quickly faded away. She smiled. "It looks like you're in a hurry." Of course, Robert was very anxious and annoyed. "All right, you can go now. It's my private time now and I don't have time to talk to you. You're disturbing me. If you like me, please don't disturb me, okay?" As he said this, he threw the gift to the side. Lin Che was stunned. He squatted down and picked up the gift. Forget it. She was going to give it to someone else. At this moment, Robert still wanted to push her out. Unexpectedly, just as he stretched out his hand, a strong and big hand had already reached over and pressed down on his hand. Robert felt a wave of pain. He felt as if his arm was going to break. He raised his head and looked at the man in front of him. In an instant, he was seen through by that pair of malicious eyes. He only felt a heart-wrenching chill that made him feel a little scared. Chapter 15-18. Gu Jingze. Lin Che was worried that he would break the man's arm and quickly went over to hold him back. She said, "Don't be like this. He has to continue acting. I still want to watch." Hearing this, Gu Jingze glanced at her indifferently. He thought for a moment and let go. Okay, for the sake of your role. Otherwise, he would dare to throw away Lin Che's gift. He was asking for death. Gu Jingze snorted and waved his hand. Robert had just been released, and before he could react, he saw a group of people rushing in from behind. "Hey, who told you to go in? What are you doing?" Robert's family came out. "Oh my God, what's happening? Hurry up and call the police. Someone broke into our house." "Oh my God, who is it?" Robert stood at the side, stunned. This isn't some kind of reality show, is it? But it was obviously not. Gu Jingze's people rushed in. "Not here. Not here either. Oh my God, here." A woman jumped out. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and chased after her. He saw the girl run out. "Charlotte, your family is willing to sell the ginseng to find you. If you don't go back, your family will use all their power to find you. Then, you won't be the only one who will suffer. The man you like will suffer too," Gu Jingze said from behind. As expected, Charlotte was stunned for a moment before she retreated. She was holding her skirt and looked like a village girl. The immaturity of a young girl was very obvious on her face. She turned around and looked at the people in front of her, tears welling up in her eyes. Don't take me back, okay? I don't want to get married." Robert only reacted then. He walked over quickly. "What's going on, Charlotte?" They are your family." Robert couldn't help but look at Lin Che. His gaze seemed to be asking if they were his fans. Lin Che walked over and said, "Don't be like this, I'm really your fan." Ha! Robert didn't believe it. Charlotte looked at these people. They were obviously not from the Williams family. Also, although the Williams were aristocrats, they didn't have many people in America. She knew this very well, which was why she had asked Robert to bring her to America. She had thought that they would not be able to find her so quickly because they were too far away. After a long time, the princess would definitely fall into the hands of others. Her family would not be able to force her to marry him. But unexpectedly, they found her so quickly. She cried and said, "Please don't take me back, okay? I really can't marry him." Robert said, "Hey, how can you force her to get married? It's fine if she doesn't want to get married, but the other party is from such a terrible family." Gu Jingze looked at Robert. "A terrible family?" Lin Che chuckled. "What did she tell you? How is she a terrible family?" Robert said, "Isn't he a widowed businessman looking for a second wife?" Lin Che looked at Charlotte in shock. "You really know how to make things up." Robert looked at Charlotte. Gu Jingze said, "Your girlfriend will be sent by the William family to be a princess. If she goes back and gets married, she'll attract the attention of the whole world. Every country has a deep obsession with the royal family, and they also respect them very much. I paid a lot of attention to it." "Princess," he felt that he really couldn't understand this young girl in front of him anymore. He suddenly felt that he was scared out of his wits. He actually slept with a woman from the royal family. Oh my God, did his legs get broken? Did he get assassinated? Did he get arrested by the Secret Service? He remembered the tragedy of the British royal family. When the princess died, there were many voices of doubt and they said that she was deliberately assassinated. Gu Jingze looked at his frightened expression and said to him, "So it's not too late to let her go now. Not many people in the world know about this. If I bring her back now, it'll be like nothing happened." Robert's expression immediately softened. It was obvious that he thought so. However, Charlotte immediately said, "No, I'm not going back." Gu Jingze looked at her. "Why?" Charlotte said, "Why should I marry someone I don't want to marry?" Gu Jingze snorted and said, "Not everyone can choose their own life." Charlotte said, "Why should I?" "No, I'm not going back." Gu Jingze said, "Now that you've been discovered by me, it's not up to you anymore." Gu Jingze looked at Robert and looked at him contemptuously. "Moreover, the person you choose might not be a good person." Robert felt guilty. However, this matter was too serious and he really couldn't make the decision. Although he was a celebrity, he might not have really encountered politics or met such a powerful person. That was the royal family. Although he could pretend to be the royal family, he might not be able to offend them. Between life and death and riches, he chose to live. Even if Charlotte was good and had a good family background, and being with her would help his future, he would still die if he offended the royal family. "Charlotte," Robert said, "you should go back and think carefully. Don't be stubborn." "You." Charlotte looked at Robert angrily. Gu Jingze said, "All right, since he said so, we should go." Robert felt even more guilty and didn't dare to look at Charlotte. Charlotte was very disappointed. Okay, don't regret it." Charlotte walked forward angrily. Gu Jingze smirked. He glanced at Robert and followed Charlotte. Lin Che wouldn't hate someone because of that. He could only say that there weren't many men like Shui Yang who would give up everything for a woman. However, not being willing to give up everything didn't mean that he was a scumbag. After all, no one could say that you could give up your life for love. That in itself was a blasphemy against love. Love didn't need to be held hostage by morality. It should follow one's heart. If he didn't do that, it meant that he didn't love her enough. She turned to Robert and said, "Go back and act well." "Yes. Yes." "Oh yeah, do you know what happens next?" I know a little." "Come on, tell me first, who dies? Who will win in the end? Will you win?" Looking at Lin Che's serious expression, Robert was speechless. Lin Che soon knew the ending. He lost interest and sighed. "Alright, American dramas are good at having bad endings. Alright, I'm leaving." After going back, Lin Che posted on Weibo, "Forget it, I'm not watching it anymore. I'm worried that it won't be to my liking." When the fans saw this, they immediately followed their idol. "I'm not watching it either. If Baby Che doesn't watch it, we won't watch it either." Chapter 15:19. Robert only saw this when he went back. It was an actor from the same production team who asked him. He said that many people in Country C were scolding him and they even went to INS to scold him. Robert took a look and realized that it was true. He then looked at the content of the scolding. They all said that they would never watch his dramas again and felt that he must be terrible in real life. Otherwise, why would Bao Che immediately say that he wouldn't give up on dramas after seeing him? Bao Che didn't read it, so they didn't read it either. Robert took a look. Who was Bao Che? After searching, he realized, the woman he thought was an ordinary fan was actually a top celebrity in Country C. Moreover, she was publicly known as the strongest couple with Gu Jingze. One was the richest person in Country C, and the other was the most famous person in Country C. The two of them had a strong combination and a large number of fans. Moreover, she wasn't just an artist. She had her own company and had promoted many artists and celebrities. One of the more famous ones here was Shuiyang. He had seen Shuiyang when he was in Austin. Unexpectedly, he suddenly felt extremely regretful. He really thought that she was an ordinary fan. Everyone knew that people should never be arrogant and complacent. Otherwise, who knew when they would meet someone who would make them feel ashamed and disheartened? Lin Che and Gu Jingze brought Charlotte back. Charlotte was very unhappy and hung her head the whole way. Lin Che looked at her. "Do you really love Robert that much?" "Of course," Charlotte said. "Otherwise, why would I come all the way here with him? I've been watching his dramas. I like him. But the difference between you two is quite big." Charlotte had just reached adulthood and looked very young. Although Robert was a celebrity, he wasn't one of the young and handsome celebrities in the country. He had a big beard. There were many beautiful bearded men here, but he looked fierce and didn't look delicate. He was a completely different style from Charlotte. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a beautiful fisherman. Charlotte looked like a young girl, while Robert was dressed like a middle-aged uncle. So what if there's a big difference? I like mature and steady men like him. Lin Che smiled speechlessly and shook his head. But, even if he doesn't love you, will you still do it without hesitation? Who said he doesn't love me? Charlotte immediately shouted. Lin Che said, "If he loves you, why did he let you go just now?" Charlotte lowered her head. "Because I kept it from him and made him angry." A young girl in love is really naive. Really? Lin Che sighed and didn't say much. He knew that whatever he said now would be useless. You don't need to be so careful in front of someone who truly loves you. You don't need to worry about whether or not he will be angry. You will always be proud and confident. You won't live a lowly life, understand? Charlotte snorted, "Don't try to trick me into going back to marry someone. No matter what, he's still stronger than those people from the royal family. How would you know if you haven't interacted with them properly? You can take a look first. If it's not good, you should tell the royal family your original intentions instead of running away blindly. Not only will you make your family worry about you, but you might also cause the royal family to be dissatisfied with your family and harm your family." Charlotte said, "How could it be? Our family doesn't just let anyone beat us up. If that's the case, they wouldn't be so careful. For you, they're willing to contribute all their ginseng." Charlotte was still unwilling to believe it. Lin Che didn't say anything more. He just looked inside indifferently and said to Gu Jingze, "Then what should we do now?" "Get ready to go to Sweden. I've already informed Liu Beichen to get ready there." "Oh, that's great." Lin Che didn't say anything more. The group of people brought Charlotte back to their place. It was still Wesley's house. Mr. Wesley gave them a place to stay for free. He wouldn't drive them away. Charlotte lived in a room alone, but it was heavily guarded. Charlotte wanted to run away. She didn't see anyone when she went out. She thought she could really escape. However, as soon as she walked out of the door, she saw the Gu family's secret guard rushing over. He stood tall and majestic in front of her. She was so scared that she hurried back to her room. Charlotte had thought that they were not powerful people, but she really felt that they were not weaker than the Williams. First of all, she had never seen such a powerful guard in the Williams house. After that experience, Charlotte became much more well-behaved. Mainly, she was shocked. After all, no matter how willful she was still a little girl. She was also timid. When she went out, she saw Lin Che and Gu Jingze together. Lin Che was sitting there reading a book, while Gu Jingze was scanning the tablet, as if he was dealing with some problem. His slender fingers swiped the tablet as he sat there, leaning against the wall. His side profile was very perfect. It had to be said that the beauty of Asian men was different from that of Western men. They didn't like the faces of Asian men, but Gu Jingze didn't. Whether it was Asian or Western, they would naturally think that he was very beautiful when they saw him. When they thought of his posture just now, they knew that he was a great person. However, Lin Che didn't feel uneasy at all. He didn't seem to be trying to please him. They didn't stand out. The two of them leaned against each other naturally. The scene couldn't be more harmonious. They were a perfect match. Charlotte looked at them and her heart calmed down. She also sat down, but she still unconsciously looked in the direction of the two people. She felt that they were so attractive, attracting people to constantly want to explore, curious about how these two people could be so harmonious. Although they were doing two completely different things, it was like they were one. Lin Che patted his stomach and said, "I'm thirsty." Gu Jingze nodded, then reached out to grab a grape from the side. Lin Che naturally opened his mouth and swallowed the grape. Lin Che continued, "More." Gu Jingze continued to feed her. The two of them said the same thing one after another, making people feel warm inside. Gu Jingze treated Lin Che well. Alright, any woman would be envious of him. She couldn't help but think of what Lin Che had said before. If a person really loved you, you wouldn't be careful and worry that the other party would be angry. She couldn't stand it anymore and went back to her room. The next day, she wasn't in good spirits. Lin Che went to give her food. "I heard that you don't eat. Why? Don't you have an appetite?" "I don't want to eat." "Don't be like that. There are many delicacies in Country C. This was specially made by the chef Gu Jingze hired. It's definitely better than any Chinese food you've ever eaten. Try it." She looked at the food and suddenly felt hungry. "But, can I call Robbie?" Chapter 15:20. Lin Che looked at her pitiful look and sighed. "Alright, of course you can, but you can't regret it after the call." Charlotte smiled. "Of course I won't." Lin Che passed the phone to her. Charlotte quickly took the phone and dialed the number. She had seen how Lin Che and Gu Jingze loved each other. She really wanted to be in a relationship with them. It didn't need to be too romantic, as long as it could be gentle. However, Robert picked up the phone. "How can you still call me?" Robert sounded a little panicked. I'm sorry, but I miss you." "No, Charlotte, you're engaged. You can't kill me." "But, no buts. You should go back and deal with your own things." Charlotte hung up the phone, and her heart instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. She felt very sad and didn't know how to deal with it. Did Robert really not love her? Yes, he didn't love her. He didn't look like he loved her. Charlotte covered her face and burst into tears. When Lin Che saw this, his heart softened even more. "All right, Charlotte." She looked at Lin Che. "He doesn't love me. He really doesn't love me. Then why is he so good to me?" Lin Che shrugged. "Maybe he doesn't love you for the time being. Love is very complicated. Sometimes it's honed bit by bit. Sometimes it's attracted all of a sudden. Sometimes it's very deep, and sometimes it's very shallow. Maybe he doesn't treat you very well, or maybe you haven't been in a deep relationship. But for the time being, he definitely doesn't love you." Charlotte wanted to cry even more. Lin Che said, "Of course, you won't understand even if I tell you. But believe me, when you meet him, you'll know what it's like." Charlotte held back her tears. Will I meet him again? Of course. Lin Che smiled. You'll meet someone who treats you very well. Charlotte smiled. She suddenly thought of the royal family. But I don't think it's a prince. How can it be? You don't even know him. I met him when I was young. He hated him. Maybe he has changed. Charlotte sighed. Sigh, I'm going back to take a look. Suddenly, she thought of something. She looked up and said fiercely, Hey, that's what you wanted me to say, right? Lin Che did not deny it. If you can go back, I can save my father, my blood-related father. He might not be able to hold on for much longer. I need that ginseng to save him. Charlot looked at her emotionally and said with a little heartache, Is your father going to die? Can this ginseng save him? Lin Che nodded, Even though I can't be sure, this is the only direction we can take. I don't know what to do, there's only one way. I think that even if we can't really save them, if I don't give it my all, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Oh. Okay, I don't think ginseng is that important. I don't know why they think it's so powerful. Since it can save people, of course it's better than staying in the collection room at home. Lin Che looked at her gratefully. Thank you for thinking this way. In the end, Charlotte decided to go back obediently. Lin Che was also very emotional. He said to Gu Jingze, Looks like she's a sensible child. Gu Jingze said, It's also thanks to you. You're so good that no one can bear to be in front of you. What can I not bear to be in front of? I can't bear to reject you. Lin Che couldn't help but laugh. Gu Jingze lowered his head and kissed the corner of her lips. The two of them snuggled together, enjoying the moment of warmth. The group soon arrived in Sweden. However, Gu Jingze couldn't let her go back so easily. As soon as they got off the plane, the Williams had already asked around. Gu Jingze only said that he would do as he saw fit, but he didn't want to hand her over. On the other hand, Charlotte was very relaxed at their place. She didn't mind if they didn't bring her back. Lin Che watched her eat and looked out the window with a melancholy expression. He said to her, Well, I can't let you go for now. You'd better find some fun on your own. Charlotte said, Are you afraid that my brother won't give you the ginseng? Lin Che shrugged. Charlotte said, Sigh, then they're too untrustworthy. It's not certain. It's just that, we can't let our guard down. Okay, Lin Che said, Oh yeah, you've been here for so long. Haven't you seen the prince you're going to go on a blind date with? No, he's very well protected. The current queen is still on the throne, so he doesn't show his face much. Because he's the next heir, he's been receiving his education abroad. In order to avoid being watched and safer while he's studying abroad, he deliberately concealed his identity so that he wouldn't be taken away. Okay, Lin Che thought for a moment and said, Then do you want to know what he looks like? Charlotte's eyes lit up. Of course I do. Lin Che smiled, then turned around to inform Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze thought for a moment and said, I can take you to see him. I'll get someone to find out where he is, but promise me that you won't expose your identity. Charlotte immediately said, I promise. Lin Che smiled and said to Gu Jingze, I hope he's a handsome guy. Gu Jingze said, Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. Gu Jingze had already found out that their little prince was in Sweden recently. He came back from the summer vacation and was having a good time here. He didn't know that the William family was in a terrible situation because of his fiancée. In the bar, the heat wave with the smell of alcohol wafted around. The smell of hormones was very obvious. Crazy men and women were dancing face to face. It could be seen that this nightclub was very popular. Lin Che brought Charlotte in, and Charlotte looked around curiously. Oh, the boys who come to this kind of place are not good people. It's okay to vent occasionally. It's not against the law. Whether he's a good person or not depends on where he is now. It depends on how you feel after you get to know him. Charlotte agreed. She continued walking and looked around curiously. Wow, there are so many people. Lin Che looked at her fiery expression and couldn't help but smile even more. Over there, a boy who looked about Charlotte's age was sitting inside. There were a few people in the booth. They were drinking together, clinking glasses, and seemed to be chatting enthusiastically. Lin Che looked and saw that Gu Jingze was already standing behind a boy, indicating that he was the person they were looking for. Lin Che immediately nudged Charlotte. Look. Charlotte looked over and saw the man who was engaged to her at first glance. Her eyes lit up. Ah, he didn't look like this when he was young. Lin Che smiled. Really? Really, he was very ugly when he was young, Charlotte said seriously. Oh, what about now? Now. Charlotte looked at him seriously. She saw that he had blonde hair, fair skin, red lips, and a pair of clear lake blue eyes. Furthermore, he seemed to be very tall and clean. He looked very sunny. Chapter 15:21. Charlotte looked at Lin Che. It's not bad. Lin Che smiled. Just as he was about to leave, he felt someone blocking his way. Hey, young lady, how about a drink or two? A foreigner with red cheeks who looked like he had drunk a lot was laughing at the two of them. Charlotte was startled. Lin Che blocked Charlotte. Hey, Oriental beauty, why? Are you here to play? Do you want to test my skills? That person became even more presumptuous towards Lin Che. He thought that Lin Che was a country C who was here to play. He looked very presumptuous. As he spoke, he pointed at his crotch. It was obvious that he was hinting at something. Lin Che looked at him in disdain. Charlotte harumphed. Seriously, who do you think you are? She has a boyfriend. He's much better than you. Move aside. That man was quite good-looking. He was the nightclub prince type. He had flirted with many beauties here. Moreover, some of the Oriental beauties were very easy to flirt with. Many of them were here to test their skills with this type of man. Hence, he was very smug towards Lin Che. Oh, is he really that good? Come on, let's try. On the other side, a few people saw the commotion and walked over. Lin Che hugged Charlotte. Let's go. The man said, Hey, don't go. Move aside, I really have a boyfriend. Be careful. If you leave now, we can still let you go. Ha, this is fun. He felt that these young ladies were very childish. They thought that they could scare him away. Young lady, you're here to play. Then, hey, I said I don't want it. What are you doing? It was the little prince. Charlotte turned around and saw the little prince walking over. She lowered her head in embarrassment. The two of them were engaged and the feeling was very different. It was as if looking at him would unconsciously create an ambiguous atmosphere. It was really weird. They didn't know each other but they were engaged. The little prince's name was Zat. Zat walked to the man's side. He seemed very casual but also very determined. The person following behind him was also very domineering. The man looked at him and thought that they didn't know each other and that he couldn't be Lin Che's boyfriend. However, he was still a little careful. Hey, one of the rules here is to mind your own business, he said to Zat. Zat laughed. But the two of them don't welcome you, yet you still want to come over. Charlotte looked at him and could not help lowering her head. Zat looked at Charlotte. Am I right? You guys don't welcome him, right? Charlotte's face turned red. Lin Che noticed it. He smiled and pushed Charlotte a little closer. Charlotte was so shocked that she poked Lin Che. When she raised her head, she was already beside Zat. Zat looked at Charlotte, amused. You, Charlotte blushed. Oh, we don't like him. He's the one harassing us. Very well. Zat looked at the man. You can go now. The man snorted. Why should I leave just because you told me to? Because you have no choice but to leave. A man's deep voice came from behind. It was Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze looked at Zat, then at the man. He walked to Lin Che's side and hugged Lin Che. Can you leave now? The man snorted and glanced at them. He was alone and weak, so he could only be shameless. All right, I'll leave. He turned to leave. Gu Jingze said, Wait, you've forgotten something. What? The man turned around and glanced at him. He did not know what he had forgotten. Gu Jingze stretched out his hand and grabbed the man's wrist. Kada, the man's howl sounded a little soft under the cheerful music. However, everyone could clearly see the extremely painful expression on his face. Zat was dumbfounded. However, Gu Jingze acted as if nothing had happened. He just picked up a tissue and wiped his hands. It's our first time meeting. Sorry for the embarrassment. He smiled. At the back, someone had already come over and brought the man away. Charlotte suddenly felt that he was extremely handsome. Just because he had flirted with her. But he was really domineering and handsome. Lin Che heaved a sigh. He was already used to it. He could only say that the man was really unlucky. He had never flirted with others in the past. But today, he had obviously flirted with the wrong person. She pulled Gu Jingze. All right, we're done. We can go back now. Gu Jingze nodded silently. Opposite them, Zat also heaved a sigh of relief. Oh, you guys are amazing. Gu Jingze smiled mysteriously. Lin Che smiled. Thank you. You're welcome. It's what I should do. Lin Che pulled the blushing Charlotte out. Zat glanced at Charlotte and smiled as well. The people at the back were teasing them. Hey, that girl is blushing when she looks at you. She's quite a cute girl. Could she have fallen for you? Zat then looked back, looking a little shy as well. Lin Che brought Charlotte out and said to Charlotte, he looks like a nice person. It seems like your family isn't completely trying to harm you. Charlotte said, Humph. I'm just lucky that he's not an uncle. Alright, it's obvious. If he were an uncle, why would he choose you? For the sake of the royal family's reputation, he would choose someone around his age. Charlotte was still a little scared. Will he like me? I don't think he will like me. Lin Che said, you have to get along with him. When you meet him, you can try to get along with him. If it doesn't work, you can separate, right? You're not young anymore. You can face your own life rationally, instead of running away willfully and leaving willfully, right? Charlotte pouted and said to Gu Jingze, so now, will my family give you the ginseng or not? Gu Jingze said, they said they would, but they didn't say in what way. Charlotte said, don't worry, I'll get them to give it to you. How can you be so sure? They're all adults. You don't understand, adults, sometimes it's very complicated, Gu Jingze said. Charlotte said, but I know where they put the ginseng. Gu Jingze's eyebrows twitched. His eyes turned to look at her shrewdly. Oh. You know. Yes, if it's possible, I'll bring you there. But you'll need a few skilled people to follow you. Otherwise, it won't be easy to get in. What they lacked the least was people with skills. Lin Che looked at Charlotte in surprise. He felt that the William family was really, she felt sorry for the William family. He really had a deceptive daughter. Chapter 15:22. Of course, Gu Jingze agreed. He smiled and asked his men to get ready. At night, with Charlotte leading the way, they sneaked into the William family's main residence. The house was very old. If it was sold, it would definitely be worth billions. Because it was an old castle, it looked very grand from afar. During the day, there were some places for tourists to visit. But most of the places at the back were where the William family lived. Charlotte said, I went in once when I was young. But I don't know if you can do it. Gu Jingze said, don't worry. We can't do it without you. Charlotte was doubtful. She pointed at the room inside. It's in here. They didn't expect it to be placed in an eye-catching collection room. They thought they would put it in a more secluded place, so they didn't even go to the collection room. Very good. The William family wasn't completely stupid. There's a mechanism inside that requires fingerprint identification. I'm worried, fingerprint identification. Don't worry. We'll crack it. They jumped into the room. When Charlotte saw a few of them, she immediately turned off the alarm on the window. After entering, it was as if she had entered an uninhabited land. Charlotte didn't think they could really crack the fingerprint mechanism. Unexpectedly, they knocked on the door and said to Gu Jingze, Sir, it's here. Okay, let's do it. One of them was fiddling with the machine while the other was calculating something on the computer. Their movements were extremely fast, and the data on the computer was also constantly flying. Not long after, the number on the screen turned from red to green and a fingerprint appeared on the computer screen. It's out. Okay, let's make it. Then, one of them made a chip. He put his hand on it and tried it, ding dong. The fingerprint unlock was opened. The whole process took less than 5 minutes. Charlotte was rendered speechless by the sight. It's a little slow. It means that your lock is quite powerful, Gu Jingze commented. It was quite powerful. It was unlocked in 5 minutes. Charlotte really thought that they didn't make a fake lock. At this moment, they walked in. Sir, ginseng, Gu Jingze looked over. The ginseng was indeed there. He put it away and said to Charlotte, it can't be fake, right? Charlotte said, yes, I do. He looks exactly the same as before. Very well, let's go. However, as soon as the group left, the alarm outside started ringing. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes. Sir, we've been discovered. What should we do? Retreat? It's fine. Yes, as soon as he stepped out, he found that a group of people were already waiting outside with guns. The one in the lead was Charlotte's elder brother, Clifford. Clifford was still in his pajamas. When he saw Gu Jingze, who was in the lead, he wanted to say something, but he immediately noticed Charlotte. Charlotte, you're actually here. Where did you go? We've been looking for you. Do you know how long we've been looking for you? Come here. Charlotte shrank back. I don't want to. Gu Jingze said, Charlotte, don't be stubborn. At this time, Clifford immediately noticed Gu Jingze, and his eyes sharpened. Gu Jingze, how dare you come to my house to steal the ginseng? Gu Jingze laughed. You should know that I deserve this ginseng. I'm not here to steal it. I'm here to take it. Isn't this called stealing? You said that you would give me this ginseng if I help you find Charlotte. Now that I've found her, isn't it reasonable for you to give me the ginseng? Clifford glared at Charlotte, then said to Gu Jingze, but this doesn't mean that you can break into my house in the middle of the night. Gu Jingze said, but ask yourself, if I didn't come, would you keep your promise? Of course I would. Ha, then you wouldn't have not contacted me for a few days after you found out that I was back. You knew that I found Charlotte, so you weren't in a hurry. You just waited for me to bring her here, right? So, I'd better come and get it myself. Clifford had a fierce look on his face. Charlotte immediately said, brother, since you've already promised Gu Jingze, why don't you give it to him? Clifford looked at his sister in surprise. What are you doing? Why are you standing there? I just hope that you can keep your promise. Clifford immediately thought of something. Didn't he threaten you to come, but you brought him here? Charlotte said matter-of-factly, what's wrong? Can't I? Clifford was so angry that there was no end to it. How could they coax this willful sister? How could she be caught and stand on their side? Charlotte said, brother, as long as you keep your promise, then I'll consider the royal marriage. Otherwise, I'll never be a princess. Now tell me, are you letting him go or not? Clifford glared at Gu Jingze. But it was useless. In the end, after thinking about it, he could only wave his hand. Okay, you can go. Gu Jingze smiled and said to Charlotte, thank you. Charlotte took a deep breath and sighed. Go and save him. Human lives are important. Okay, thank you for treating us so sincerely. How about this, if you need anything in the future, you can come to me. I'll definitely help. Charlotte nodded her head vigorously. Clifford looked at the two of them in surprise. Charlotte had gained Gu Jingze's approval. Gu Jingze actually said that he would help her. What had happened in the past few days? Why did their relationship seem to be so good? After all, it was not easy to get such a promise from Gu Jingze. Watching Gu Jingze leave with his men, Clifford felt his heart ache. The ginseng, it was taken away by Gu Jingze just like that, in the hospital. Liu Beichen's injuries were almost healed, but his heart was still troubled. There was still no news about the ginseng, and he was still worried. Gu Jingyan said, don't worry. With my second brother's help, we'll definitely get it. Liu Beichen said, Humph, you two trust Gu Jingze so much. Of course, he's better than you anyway. Liu Beichen glared at the two of them. One was his sister, and the other was his wife. Chapter 1523. Now, it had become someone else's. Liu Beichen was looking at the two women, pouting. Gu Jingze had already walked in. Lin Che ran over immediately. Gu Jingze, did you succeed? Gu Jingyan stood up immediately. Second brother, you're finally back. Liu Beichen was speechless when he saw how enthusiastic the two women were. He looked at Gu Jingze, not believing that he had succeeded. How did it go? Gu Jingze had already thrown the ginseng on the table. We really got it. Wow, Charlotte didn't lie to us. Liu Beichen looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. Gu Jingze said, it's because Lin Che is on good terms with Charlotte and she likes you very much. That's why she helped us. Gu Jingze hugged Lin Che, feeling that she was his lucky star. Every time he was with her, everything would be solved. Because of her unique way of getting along with others, people couldn't help but get close to her. Her sincerity and everything else touched people's hearts easily. Liu Beichen actually admired Gu Jingze from the bottom of his heart. When they came here, none of them had thought about whether they would succeed or not. In fact, he didn't even have any hope. But Gu Jingze had completed the mission that everyone thought was impossible. Liu Beichen looked at Gu Jingze. He knew that he didn't have to express his gratitude. Soon, the few of them returned to China. The lights in the Liu mansion had not been turned off for the past few days. Every night, the lights were on because they had to watch over Liu Qinyu. They didn't dare to relax at all. Now that Liu Beichen was finally back, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At the Liu mansion, Liu Beichen looked at Liu Qinyu, who was still lying on the bed. It hadn't been long, but he had become so skinny that he was out of shape. Lin Che couldn't help but feel sad as she stood there and watched. Behind them, Black Hawk was leaning against the wall coldly, as if he wasn't looking at them at all. Lin Che looked at Black Hawk and looked up at the doctor. "How is he now?" The doctor sighed and shook his head. "We still have to do the surgery as soon as possible." Lin Che also understood. After watching the doctor leave, she walked in front of Liu Qinyu. "We've brought it back for you. You can have your surgery now. We've put in a lot of effort." Mo Jinyan went too. "Although he doesn't say it, you're still in his heart. If you can survive this, maybe we can reunite as a family." She didn't know if the person on the bed could hear her, but she had a feeling that he could. She reached out and squeezed his hand. All of a sudden, he felt the hand move slightly. Lin Che was delighted. She knew that he could hear her. The preparation time for the surgery was not long, because these days, the doctors had already made the most comprehensive preparations for his surgery. They had gathered the world's best medical care, the best equipment, and the most advanced technology. After all, the life and death of the old master of the Liu family would definitely cause quite a commotion, and many people would pay attention to it. Even though the Liu family had been concealing this matter, there were still a lot of people in the outside world who were trying to find out what had happened to old Master Liu. On the day of the surgery, they purposely sealed off the outside. Everyone watched as the lights in the operating theater came on. They sat there, and no one said a word. Gu Jingze held Lin Che's hand. Behind them, Black Hawk was still looking coldly in front of him, as if it had nothing to do with him. Lin Che looked at him and shook his head. "If you really don't care, then don't come." Liu Beichen looked outside, feeling a little uneasy. He looked inside again and felt even more uneasy. He got up and took a cigarette. "I'm going out for a smoke." After he went out, he leaned against the wall and smoked. Unexpectedly, someone suddenly attacked him from behind. Liu Beichen was stunned. Although he was anxious, his body reacted quickly. He turned around and grabbed the hand that was reaching out, then he pressed the person to the ground. "Who are you?" Liu Beichen looked at the person in front of him. He was wearing a white coat and had a fierce look on his face. He didn't look like an honest doctor. His eyes moved and he knew that something was wrong. "Oh no, open the operating theater." He kicked the person away. The person flipped on the ground and hit the wall hard. Blood flowed everywhere, but no one went to help. Liu Beichen ran over like the wind and kicked the door of the operating theater. Lin Che was stunned. "What are you doing?" "Something's wrong in the operating theater," Liu Beichen shouted and rushed into the operating theater. Lin Che reacted and quickly followed him in. The operating theater was filled with the smell of blood. People were already in surgery and the smell of disinfectant permeated the air. There were assistants, nurses, and doctors standing in a few rows. When they saw Liu Beichen barging in, they stopped. "Dr. Chen, take a look. Who's a doctor and who's not?" The doctor was stunned. How could it be, the one who's not? Don't even think about leaving here alive today. Then, a person standing in the last row suddenly kicked the doctor in front of him away. With one shot, a bloody hole appeared in the doctor's chest. Instantly, the operating theater was filled with screams. Everyone ran away in panic. They didn't expect a good operation to be interrupted like this. These doctors had never seen something like this before. But the person who shot the doctor didn't care about anything. He pushed the gurney and ran out. Stop! Stop him! Liu Beichen shouted to remind them. Someone outside took over the gurney. At the same time, he turned around and fired a shot in Liu Beichen's direction. The bullet flew towards Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen was still in a daze. Suddenly, he was knocked to the ground by a strong body. Liu Beichen raised his head and saw a black eagle charging at him with a frosty expression. How dare you behave atrociously in my place? Haiying pulled out the big gun that he carried with him from his back. It turned out that he had been worried that something would happen, so he carried such a powerful weapon with him. He fired the gun. The corridor in front of him was instantly dyed red with blood. Haiying looked at the person in front of him and aimed the gun at the person on the bed. Then, he kicked forward. The gun in the person's hand was kicked to the ground. In the midst of the chaos, the people from the Gu family, the Liu family, and the people that Haiying brought had already rushed in. Seeing that something was wrong, they quickly retreated. Haiying snorted. Trying to run. You can only come here when you cause trouble in my place. Let me show you that you won't be able to go back alive. With that, Haiying jumped down from the stairs. They were on the 5th floor. Lin Che shouted, Haiying, what are you doing? She quickly rushed over. She saw Haiying standing on the air conditioner and jumping down nimbly. Under the sunlight, his black shadow was like a ghost. He was faster than anyone else. Chapter 15:24. The group of people hurried to follow him. Lin Che cursed. Is this Black Hawk stupid? Why is he running so fast? Gu Jingze said, it's best to leave one alive. Then, Gu Jingze hurried to chase after him. He was just worried that if he didn't chase after him, given Black Hawk's temper, he might really leave one alive. As expected, the Black Hawk rushed down like a madman, and it really scared the hell out of them. They didn't expect that Black Hawk was inhuman when he went crazy. They fired at the back and the group of people sped up. Liu Beichen looked at his father, who was still under anesthesia. His face was getting paler and paler. Someone, hurry up and do the surgery. Liu Beichen shouted desperately. The doctor was trembling on the floor. He looked up when he heard Liu Beichen's voice. There was no one in the operating room, but it was a mess. Liu Beichen saw the numbers on the machine opposite him were approaching the critical point. He hurriedly pulled the doctor up. Continue the surgery. Hurry up. The doctor was sweating profusely. But this operating room, what's wrong with it? I spent so much money to hire you. I didn't want you to do nothing. Start the surgery immediately. The doctor hadn't recovered from the shock and was still dispirited. But at this moment, all right, I'll be the assistant. Doctor, you do the surgery. Chen Yuqing, who had heard the news, walked in wearing a white coat. Liu Beichen's eyes lit up when he saw Chen Yuqing. He had been to America and rarely came back. How could he be here this time? Chen Yuqing said, you're lucky to be in China. Come on, hurry up. Irrelevant people, get out. The doctor stared at Chen Yuqing in a daze at first. Then, he recognized Chen Yuqing and walked over with a face full of joy. Dr. Chen, I've heard a lot about you. All right, let's finish the surgery. Now, let's start the surgery. All right, with a doctor like Chen Yuqing in charge, he finally stopped thinking about it. After all, Chen Yuqing was a doctor, and he was a world-famous doctor. There were not many opportunities to cooperate with Qin Yuqing. So, no matter what, he had to pull himself together and do a good job. Clean up. Replace the blood. Turn on the device. Liu Beichen watched as the inside gradually returned to normal, and then he led the unrelated people out. However, he did not dare to go any further. He asked everyone to guard the operating theater and wait for the surgery to end. And outside, Black Hawkeye watched as the car went further and further away. He kicked an innocent cyclist on the side, got on the car, and chased after it. By the time Lin Che arrived, the Black Hawk had already fled. The innocent people on the ground had a confused look on their faces as they looked at the scene in front of them. When Lin Che saw this, he hurriedly squatted down to help him up. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'll pay you. See if you're hurt anywhere. There's a hospital nearby. Ah. Lin Che. When that person saw Lin Che, he was pleasantly surprised. Behind them, Gu Jingze followed them with a dark face. He went crazy again. Gu Jingze, all of a sudden, he forgot that his car had been stolen for no reason. He just looked at the two of them and laughed. Lin Che hurriedly called for someone to take care of it, then looked at the Black Hawk in front of him, and became even more worried. If Black Hawk wanted to chase after someone, he would not let them go until the end. Damn it, he's catching up again. Is he crazy? He still chased after us at this point. What does he want? Hurry up and find a way to get rid of him. He's gone. No way. How could he disappear for no reason? Hurry up and find him. Everyone panicked for a moment. When they were still looking for Black Hawk's shadow, they suddenly heard a bang on the roof of the car. On the roof of the car. That damn Black Hawk, what is he doing? Don't you know that provoking Black Hawk will not end well? How would I know that he would be here? The car swayed back and forth in the driveway. And Black Hawk directly grabbed the car above and fired a shot at the car below. The driver fell on the steering wheel. The car went out of control. No matter how hard the people next to him tried to turn the steering wheel, it was useless. The car suddenly hit the guardrail on the side. Just like that, there was a loud bang. Black Hawk did not let go of the few people below. He directly opened the car door and pulled them out. Let me go. We were hired. Let you go. Don't you know who you offended? Do you think there's anyone under Black Hawk's command who can walk out alive? You, Black Hawk, don't move. Gu Jingze hurried over from behind. Black Hawk did not have time to fire his gun. He turned around gloomily. This annoying Gu Jingze. Of all times, he had to come at this time. Gu Jingze pressed on Black Hawk's shoulder. Keep them alive. I want to ask them who ordered them to do this. Black Hawk could only say, okay. We'll listen to you. Black Hawk snorted. Who cares who it is? If they come at us, we'll kill them. I don't believe that they can keep coming. Gu Jingze ignored him and looked directly at the people on the ground. Who ordered you to do this? If you don't want to die for someone else, then tell the truth. If you find out that you're not telling the truth, you won't die. But you'll be in a state where you can neither live nor die. The few people were scared by Gu Jingze's cold expression. We're just helping someone to get rid of a disaster. The Han family hired us, the Han family. How could that be? Even if Suitsun married into the Han family and the Han family hated Lu Qinyu, it was not to the extent that they wanted him dead. However, a few of them made a solemn vow. Look, this is our transaction information. Just in case, we deliberately kept it. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked at it. Black Hawk said suspiciously, "What do you think?" "It's fake." Gu Jingze threw the information on the ground. "I'm afraid that someone framed the Han family to clear their name." "Then now, I'll look into it. The main thing now is Uncle Lu's illness." Black Hawk suddenly remembered, "The surgery, I called Chen Yuqing over. He should be fine." The few of them returned to the operating room. After a few twists and turns, the surgery was finally done. Chen Yuqing came out and said, "It looks like there's no problem now. The surgery is a success. But whether he will wake up or not depends on his willpower." Liu Beichen looked inside and sat down on the sofa in exhaustion. He felt like he was about to fall asleep. Lin Che said, "Why don't you guys go first? I'll watch over him." "There's no need." Lin Che didn't try to persuade him. He walked over and held Lu Qinyu's hand. "Wake up, wake up." After an unknown period of time, she sat there and looked at Lu Qinyu. Suddenly, Lu Qinyu's pinky finger moved slightly, and Lin Che's hand also moved along with it. Chapter 1525. Lin Che was stunned. She thought she was seeing things. But below, Lu Qinyu's hand moved again. "Ah, Uncle Lu is awake." Lin Che hurriedly called out, only to see that Lu Qinyu had indeed woken up. However, his eyes were open, and they seemed to be extremely lifeless. A few people walked in from the outside. The doctor also hurried over. After examining Lu Qinyu for a long time, there were finally results. "Mr. Lu, wake up. Can you see me?" Lu Qinyu blinked and nodded. "Yes." "Then, who's the person beside you?" The doctor pointed at Lin Che. "My daughter, Lin Che." "What about this side?" "My son, Beichin." The doctor nodded with satisfaction and looked at them with a smile. The happiness in his heart was absolutely no less than that of these people. Although they were not his relatives, Lu Qinyu's awakening meant that he did not have to worry about the failure of the surgery. He did not have to face these difficult patients' family members. "Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Mr. Lu. We've just examined him, and the postoperative indicators are all normal. The surgery is a success. If Mr. Lu continues to recover, he'll be able to get out of bed in a week." Everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Qinyu's eyes swept over the few of them, and his eyes became moist. Liu Beichen heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like everything was fine. Lin Che went home with Gu Jingze. A week passed. As expected, Lu Qinyu was able to get out of bed. He was recovering steadily, and nothing else had happened. In the meantime, in order to stabilize the Lu family stock price, Lu Qinyu greeted everyone from his sickbed, which made everyone feel at ease. Those who had ulterior motives also gave up. They really thought that with Lu Qinyu gone, they could make use of the opportunity to deal a blow to the Lu family. But now, it was just wishful thinking. As for Liu Beichen, a week later, he decided to invite everyone to a banquet at the Lu family to celebrate the success of Lu Qinyu's surgery. This was something that had to be done. All the aristocratic families would have such a tradition. It was also to let everyone know that the Lu family had returned to normal and that Lu Qinyu's body was fine. Therefore, they had to do this. The Lu family had naturally given Lin Che the invitation first. Liu Beichen had personally delivered it to him. Looking at Lin Che, he said, "My father is recovering very well now." "Thank you, Lin Che. You were the one who helped me get that ginseng back in Sweden." Gu Jingze was also standing by the side. He just flipped through the newspaper calmly and said, "Don't think too much about it. Although the ginseng is a tonic, it's not that magical. It can really turn something rotten into something magical. However, I still agreed to get the ginseng. I just wanted you to have some determination and courage to make a choice. Lin Che immediately understood. He wanted Liu Beichen to have confidence. Needless to say, he really thought too much. Liu Beichen actually understood this as well. He smiled and said, "Anyway, it's all our help. We must go this time." After sending Liu Beichen off, Lin Che ran up to Gu Jingze. "Really? Is the ginseng really useless?" Gu Jingze patted her head and said, "What's the use? It's not like there's really such a thing as an elixir." Lin Che pouted and said, "You're right. However, no matter what, Lu Qinyu's operation was a success. Nothing else mattered anymore." Lin Che remembered that she had not told Haiying about this yet, so she left a message for him. The next day, there were many people at the Lu family's banquet. Some of them came to congratulate Lu Qinyu sincerely, while others came to make sure that Lu Qinyu was really fine. The Lu family was in a festive mood. It was a change from the gloomy atmosphere of the past few days. Lin Che hadn't been so lively in a long time, so she dressed up very attentively. When they reached the entrance, Liu Beichen personally came to welcome her. They did not go to the hall, which was the most crowded, but to the backyard. Even though Lu Qinyu could walk around, he was still recuperating from his serious illness. So he basically spent most of his time lying in bed. Seeing Lin Che, Lu Qinyu wanted to stand up immediately. Lin Che hurried over and said, "All right, Uncle Lu, don't move. Your wound hasn't fully recovered yet." Lu Qinyu immediately objected, "Xiao Che, I heard it very clearly. You said that as long as my operation was a success, we would be able to reunite as a family and you would be able to return to the family." When did she say that? She really did say that their family would be reunited. At that time, he was anxious and couldn't care less about anything else. He only thought that as long as there was a sliver of hope, he would also want Lu Qinyu to be fine. But now, she said hurriedly, I just. Lu Qinyu looked unhappy as he said, "Why? Were you just lying to me?" But I took it for real. At that time, I only had one thought. No matter what, I had to pull through this time. There was one thing that I regretted for my entire life, and that was you and your brother. You haven't returned to the Lu family yet. I really regret it. The only reason I didn't die was because I hadn't fulfilled this wish. But you actually said it that day. Now do you know how much you hurt my heart?" Lin Che's heart was pained by his words. Those words were too hurtful. Liu Beichen said, "Hey, Lin Che, you can't go back on your words. It's just a matter of reuniting with the family. It's not like I'm asking you to leave Gu Jingze. Why do you have to think so much? I don't care. Anyway, our family has decided that the day after tomorrow will be an auspicious day. You will come to the Liu family to reunite with the family. You said this before. I even recorded it in the hospital. Don't even think about getting away with it." This Liu Beichen had actually recorded it. What a pervert. Now that things had come to this, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to get away with it. How would she know that she had only said it when Lu Qinyu was unconscious? She had never thought that it would really go through with it. But since she had already said it, it would be inauspicious to go back on her words now. Liu Beichen looked at Lin Che's helpless expression and knew that it was definitely reliable. The happiest person was naturally Lu Qinyu. He looked at Lin Che, looking forward to reuniting with the family as soon as possible. But Black Eagle, he sighed. Everyone had to be satisfied. Perhaps that would be a lifelong regret. But after dying once, he understood a lot more. Perhaps regret was the true meaning of life. At the banquet, everyone saw that Lu Qinyu had recovered well. His face was radiant and he looked extremely happy. His spirit was even better than before. After that, Lin Che did not return to the banquet. Seeing that Black Eagle did not respond at all, he could only go back to make preparations. 3 days later, the Lu family really came to take Lin Che to the ceremony to reunite with the family. Chapter 1526. The news that the Lu family wanted Lin Che to return to the family caused a huge sensation in the circle. Return to the family. How could the Lu family agree to it? Returning to the family was different from verbally acknowledging one's parents. Returning to the family meant that Lin Che would be Lu Qinyu's daughter and a part of the Lu family. She was Lu Beichen's biological sister. That meant that if anything happened to Lu Qinyu in the future, he would give her a share of the Lu family's assets. Would Lu Beichen really agree to it? Many people were paying attention to it. Many people wanted to come and see the ceremony of recognizing the ancestors and returning to the ancestral roots. However, the Lu family didn't want to invite too many people. They only invited a few close friends to witness it. The Lu family was in a jubilant mood. Unknowingly, there was a new mistress in the family. And it was the famous Lin Che. Some people suspected that Lin Che would cause trouble if she came. They felt that it was weird to have someone to serve in the family for no reason. But looking at Lin Che, some people said disdainfully, "What do you know? Lin Che is Mrs. Gu. She can't be greedy for the Lu family's money. She has a husband and 2 kids. Even if her husband's isn't hers, her son might inherit the Gu family's business in the future. She has her own future and doesn't need the Lu family stuff." Everyone thought about it and agreed. The Lu family was good, but the Gu family was a wealthy family just like the Lu family. Who would care about money? Lin Che was also speechless about the ceremony. Early in the morning, she was woken up, along with the 2 children at home. Lin Che was going to return to the family and the 2 kids were going to meet their grandfather too. Gu Jingze, on the other hand, got up at 6:00 every morning and watched Yi Ning put on makeup. Outside, the Lu family's makeup artists came in wave after wave. They looked at Lin Che and discussed in detail how they were going to do her makeup. Lin Che was speechless. Why are there so many people? Gu Jingze said, "The Lu family called a few makeup teams to discuss what you are going to do today. No wonder some of them looked familiar. Wasn't there a team that was the top makeup team that was very popular a while back? Isn't this just acknowledging one's ancestors and returning to the clan? Isn't it just a matter of kowtowing there?" Lin Che said. Before Gu Jingze could say anything, someone walked in with a gorgeous dress in her hand. The dress was pink, and there were many sparkling diamonds on it. Although it looked gorgeous, it was obvious that this dress was expensive and exquisite, but the style was really, Lin Che's jaw dropped. "What is this, miss? Mr. Lu specially chose this for you. He just got the designer to rush it out and it will be delivered to you immediately. Every line on it was personally sewn by the designer. Every diamond was carefully selected and embedded for you. This unique gown is a perfect match for you." Lin Che said, "Why does this look like a wedding dress? Ugh. How is this possible?" But upon closer inspection, it really did look like a wedding dress. This is pink. How can it be a wedding dress? Miss, you really like to joke." Lin Che was only thinking, why did they have to make it so complicated when it was clearly just a matter of returning to their roots? Makeup and a gown, was this a wedding? Not long after, Lu Beichen sent someone to pick up the family. When Lin Che was dressed up, Lu Beichen's Lincoln limousine arrived. Lin Che was speechless when he saw the gorgeous car. They got into the car and drove to the Lu family's house. In the car, Lin Che repeatedly said, I shouldn't have agreed, I shouldn't have agreed. What is this? Gu Jingze pursed his lips into a smile. But he looked as if it had nothing to do with him, which was very annoying. Gu Jingze, on the other hand, didn't care. He was happy to see the Lu family suffer. Because the Lu family was doing this because they valued Lin Che's return to his roots. When Lin Che arrived at the Lu family's house, he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there weren't many people. But there were only a few of them, and they were dressed so grandly. Liu Beichen was very happy when he came in. Looking at Lin Che's outfit, he was very satisfied. What do you think? The designer's clothes are not bad, right? Lin Che said, you did it. Liu Beichen said, of course. I added some of my ideas to it. Isn't it great? So that was it. Lin Che only wanted to comment on this, straight man cancer. He was so pink and tender, he thought he was raising a Barbie doll. However, when Lu Qinyu was pushed out, he saw Lin Che's appearance and his eyes immediately became wet. He said, Little Che, come, come. Lin Che walked over and squatted down. He was still sitting in a wheelchair. Although he looked much better, he was still very thin. It's my biggest wish in this life that you can return to your roots. Seeing you dressed so beautifully, it's really. When you were young, I didn't buy you a dress. I didn't give you a good life. I didn't even know you existed. Now, you are Daddy's little princess. Oh, okay. Maybe the Lu family had bad taste, and they were all straight man cancer. Liu Beichen said, okay, Dad. The ceremony is about to start. This is a good thing. Don't be like this. Yes, it's a good thing. Lu Qinyu immediately looked happy. Seeing that everything was ready, everyone watched as Lin Che stood in the middle. He sighed as he looked at the family. The Lu family used to have a Missy, but now she was missing. It was all because of Gu Jingze and Lin Che. But now, Lin Che had become the Missy of the Lu family. This was probably fate. Lu Qinyu looked at Lin Che and nodded his head in satisfaction. To have such a sensible and obedient daughter like Lin Che in this life, he was really satisfied. Moreover, Lin Che was his and Su Tsun's only flesh and blood. The only connection. He thought about it and was satisfied. But thinking about the Black Eagle, sigh, forget it, let fate take its course. Lin Che raised his teacup and was about to go over to offer tea. At this moment, outside, someone suddenly saw the Black Eagle. Ah, Mo Jinyan is here. Everyone was stunned. They turned around and saw that Mo Jinyan had really come. He walked in alone, taking large strides and looking very imposing. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. The Black Eagle suddenly came in. Was he here to cause trouble or to watch the show? Lu Qinyu immediately stood up. The doctor was shocked. Old master, don't be agitated. No, you can get up. Lu Qinyu looked at the Black Eagle. Jinyan, Lin Che also turned around and looked at the man who he couldn't tell what his motive was. Chapter 15:27. He Ying's sudden arrival made everyone stop what they were doing. They watched as He Ying walked over step by step, his eyes following his every move. Lu Qinyu said, be careful. Lin Che was worried that He Ying was in a bad mood, so she hurried over. He Ying looked at her and placed his hand on her shoulder as if to comfort her. He said, all right, I know what I'm doing. Lin Che looked at He Ying deeply, looking into his eyes. Previously, people always said that they were similar, but she didn't think so. But at this moment, looking into his eyes, she really felt that there was something similar between them. The stubbornness and ego in his eyes were the most similar. She believed in him. Lin Che slowly let go of him. He Ying walked up to Lu Qinyu, who looked very emotional. For Lin Che, for her to have a complete family, I will cooperate. Lu Qinyu's eyes moved. What did that mean? He had agreed to return to the family. Lu Qinyu's eyes became moist again. He grabbed He Ying's hand. Be careful, be careful. For him, a family reunion was originally a very extravagant wish. Had it actually come true today? He Ying moved his lips. He sighed almost imperceptibly. The people who had been worried that He Ying would come and cause trouble were relieved. Looking at He Ying and Lin Che standing together in front of Lu Qinyu, they were even more surprised. Who would have thought that He Ying would really dote on this sister he had picked up halfway? Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to return to the family for her sake. She didn't know where Lin Che got this kind of magic from to make the people around her so loyal and devoted to her. The ceremony continued. Everyone was stunned. Now that He Ying and Lin Che were both children of the Lu family, and Lin Che was the wife of the Gu family, the Lu family and the Gu family had really joined forces. Not to mention the whole of Country C, no one in the whole world could touch such a united family. On the other side, Liu Beichen looked at the scene with relief. Gu Jingyan sighed and said, after going around in circles for so long, we're finally home. Maybe this is fate. Liu Beichen turned around to look at her. Yes, it's been going round and round. After going round and round for so long, I can still stand here with you. Isn't this fate? Gu Jingyan just glared at him. Liu Beichen went up and touched her shoulder. Get lost, don't be so cheeky with me. Yes, my wife is always right. Liu Beichen immediately stood at attention. Gu Jingyan couldn't help but laugh. Who's your wife? Once a wife, always a wife, Liu Beichen continued. Don't randomly change these words, okay? Why haven't I heard of this sentence before? How shameless. Gu Jingyan had never felt that he was such a shameless person before. Liu Beichen said, I haven't heard of it before, but I've heard of it now. It's always the same here. Liu Beichen went up and put his arm around her shoulder. Gu Jingyan wanted to struggle, but the people around them were staring at them. They hadn't told anyone about the news of their divorce, so she didn't want to make it too obvious. She could only let him eat her tofu and be anxious. Liu Beichen was extremely satisfied. At this moment, he felt that his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, had finally calmed down. This feeling was incomparable to the past. It was hard for him to imagine how he could give up such a good life and spend his days quarreling with Gu Jingyan. Although, she really liked to make him angry, but shouldn't the quarrel at the head of the bed be resolved at the end? The news of Lin Che's return to the Liu family was instantly on the news. Many people even reported that Lin Che, the rich tycoon, was really a winner in life. He had a rich family, a rich in-laws, and now he was rich. There was no one more fortunate than him. It had to be said that the audience worshipped Lin Che even more. How many people were striving to be like Lin Che? They only hoped that one day they could be like Lin Che, living in such a wealthy family and not giving up on themselves. Instantly, the news about Lin Che flooded the screen again. However, the people involved felt that it wasn't a big deal even if they were to return to the family. At night, after returning to the family, the whole family gathered together. Liu Beichen raised his glass gratefully and clinked glasses with everyone. Thank you for your support this time. Lin Che didn't dare to drink too much. He took a sip and said, drink by yourselves. I have to take care of the kids at home after I'm done. Liu Beichen said, what's there to take care of? Drink your wine. You don't need to take care of Nian Nian. Could they not question her existence as a mother just because Nian Nian was so amazing? Liu Beichen couldn't even be bothered to talk to her anymore. He picked up his phone and called Nian Nian. Nian Nian, your mother might not be able to come home tonight. You can take care of yourself, right? Nian Nian immediately said, "Oh, you guys go ahead. Don't come home tonight. Let Daddy and Mommy have some alone time together." Liu Beichen sighed. As he put down the phone, he said, Look how sensible Nian Nian is." Lin Che said speechlessly, "He pushed us out just like that." Seriously, didn't other people's children always stick to their mothers? How did they end up at their house? Did they all want to push her out? However, she didn't know. At that moment, at home, Gu Xinian was sitting there with his computer, typing away. Beside him, Gu Xiuan looked at her brother in admiration. "Brother, what are you working on? So fast." "I'm working on a website." "Huh? What's a website for?" "It's for making things." "What are you working on?" "I'm gathering some hackers." "Oh, a hacker like Uncle KG." "That's right." Gu Xiuan had been working on this for a while. Gu Xiuan, who was at the side, naturally didn't understand. She only cared about eating the potato chips and eating happily. Fortunately, Daddy and Mommy weren't home. Otherwise, Mommy wouldn't let her eat them. Gu Xinian was still typing away. The prototype of the website was almost complete. There were more than 10 sets of firewalls surrounding the place. Ordinary hackers wouldn't be able to get in. At that moment, suddenly, a message popped up. Gu Xinian picked up the message and saw that the person on top was asking, "Are you a hacker?" Gu Xinian paused for a moment and replied, "Yes." The person on the other end immediately asked, "If you want to enter the office of the president's internet, how much do you have to pay to hire you?" Chapter 1528. Gu Xinian thought it was fun. They wanted to enter the President Palace's internet. Who were these people? "What do you want me to do?" "Just enter." "That's easy." 100 million. "Okay, 100 million. Gu Xinian squinted his eyes. 100 million was a big number for ordinary people. They were willing to do this. It seemed that these people were not joking. "We'll start when the money is in. You start first. The money will be in before you enter." It seemed that they were quite cautious. Gu Xinian thought for a moment. "If the money isn't in, since you can find me, you should know my ability. I will make you pay. Don't worry." Gu Xinian knew that there was nothing much to say about this matter. After all, if they really wanted to enter the Pavilion Lord Manor's internet, then they definitely didn't want to be discovered. Otherwise, it would definitely be a fatal blow to their plan. If nothing went wrong and he really entered, the first person they would want to kill after they were done with him would be him. Gu Xinian agreed. He wanted to enter the President Palace's internet himself, but there were still some problems, so he called Qin Hao. Qin Hao was shocked to hear this, but after listening to Gu Xinian's explanation, he immediately rushed over. "Oh, my young master, are you sure you don't need to tell Sir about this? I think it's not a small matter, or, it's not too late to tell him after I find out." "Why? Are you worried about me?" No, how could that be? How could I be worried about young master?" Qin Hao was used to relying on Gu Jingze. He had to ask for Gu Jingze's permission before he dared to do anything. However, if he told Gu Jingze about it, Gu Jingze would not care about it since he trusted the eldest young master and had always wanted to train him. "Okay, let's start. But young master, if we really find something wrong, we must tell Sir first." "Don't worry. The two of them agreed, and Qin Hao began to operate. It was very easy for Qin Hao to hack into the President Palace's intranet. After all, he often entered the President Palace's intranet from the front, so he was very clear about the structure of the other side. In less than half an hour, it was almost done. Gu Xinian gave them an account number, and they immediately transferred the money over. Just in case, he gave his account to a Swiss bank account. No one knew who this account belonged to. Only the person who opened the account could open it. Gu Xinian immediately started investigating based on the other party's information. Uncle Qin, do you think we can find out who transferred the money to us? Young master, this is not easy to investigate. We know to take precautions, but they will also know. However, it is not the entire house's information. It will take time. Please give me some time to do it. All right. Gu Xinian was also thinking who was so daring to touch the Pavilion Lord Manor. What they didn't know was that they had miscalculated when they found him. Glass Palace was of the same lineage as the Gu family and they were a family. Touching the president's residence was equivalent to touching the Gu family. Therefore, on the other hand, if they wanted to touch the Gu family, they might start from the President Palace. So, who was this person who wanted to deal with the Gu clan so badly? With the current power of the Gu family, even if ordinary people didn't like the Gu family, they would at most stay far away from them. They definitely wouldn't dare to provoke them. Then what about those who had grievances with the Gu family in the past? After thinking about this, Gu Xinian started to look for those who had grievances with the Gu family in the past. Now, there were not many who were still alive and had the ability to do so. Every morning, Gu Xinian would go to school with Gu Xiuan. But now, Gu Xinian had started to go to primary school while Gu Xiuan was still in kindergarten. So, when they arrived at kindergarten, Gu Xiuan would get off the car and Gu Xinian would drive to school. Gu Xiuan was simply a little clown in kindergarten. She had always been liked by the teachers and her friends. Because she had famous parents, she was always the center of attention. The kindergarten was about to organize a small activity. During the cultural performance, everyone recommended Gu Xiuan to dance. Gu Xiuan was chubby and her movements were not coordinated. Actually, she wasn't very suitable for dancing, but she liked to dance. Moreover, since everyone recommended her, she immediately agreed happily. But when she really started to practice, Gu Xiuan realized that she really couldn't keep up. At night, she stood there dejectedly. When Gu Xinian came over, he saw Gu Xiuan's little head drooping and her face looking unhappy. He immediately frowned and strode over. Xiuan, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Gu Xiuan said unhappily, brother, I don't know how to dance. So what if she didn't know how to dance? Gu Xinian really thought that someone had bullied her. He had a sister complex and almost went in to settle the score. Gu Xiuan said, I want to perform, but I'm terrible at dancing. Everyone said that I picked well, but I'm terrible at dancing. What should I do? Gu Xinian sighed and shook his head. Gu Xiuan must have inherited their mother's clumsiness and poor body coordination. Usually, Gu Xiuan would fall when she walked, so of course, dancing would be a problem. I'll sign you up for a dance class. Don't be unhappy. Seeing that Gu Xiuan was unhappy, Gu Xinian wouldn't be happy either. Gu Xiuan heard this and immediately raised her head happily. After signing up, I'll be able to dance very well, right? Gu Xinian wanted to say that it would probably be difficult, but it shouldn't be a problem for her to perform this time. Soon, Gu Xinian asked someone to sign up. There were many people in the dance class because parents nowadays liked their children to learn something. Dance, musical instruments, they were all popular. Gu Xiuan signed up for the dance class and when she arrived, there was a cheer. Everyone knew Gu Xiuan and thought that she was a small celebrity. Many of her friends rushed up to greet her. Gu Xiuan could only smile and say, all right, all right. Thank you, everyone. I'm not a celebrity. My name is Gu Xiuan. Gu Xiuan was still very slow at learning to dance, but the teacher was very patient. She still managed to learn a few moves at night and was very satisfied. When she went out, she saw a little boy at the side. He was carrying a small school bag on one shoulder and was walking out. He didn't even notice that he had left his phone behind. Little big brother, you dropped your phone. Gu Xiuan ran over happily. Although she was young, she especially liked to help others. Whenever something like this happened, she would be very attentive. The little boy in front of her turned around. When he saw Gu Xiuan, he paused. Seeing that she was holding a phone in her hand, he then reacted. Gu Xiuan felt that she had forgotten about her phone for a moment. She was directly attracted by his exquisite little face. What a good-looking little big brother. I didn't give up. It's just that I just came back from Japan. Chapter 1529. He glanced at Gu Xiuan and said, thank you. Then he took the phone coldly and walked away. Gu Xiuan didn't react until he was out of sight. Well, she didn't even know his name. When Gu Xiuan came to pick Gu Xiuan up, she was very dispirited. Gu Xinian panicked. What's wrong? Isn't dancing good? Gu Xiuan looked up. Brother, I saw a handsome man today. He's so pretty and I want to know him, but he's gone. I can't find him anymore. Sob, sob, sob. As she spoke, she actually began to sob and weep. Gu Xinian was stunned on the side. What? She was crying because the handsome man she knew was gone. But seeing his sister cry, he quickly said, all right, don't cry. Brother will help you find him. Gu Xiuan looked up immediately. Really? Gu Xiuan's words were slurred as he chewed on his lips. Only his eyes were bright and full of expectation. Gu Xinian said, when have I ever lied to you? But tell me, what does he look like? He's so handsome. Gu Xiuan fell into a new state of infatuation. He's really handsome. His eyes are so big, his face is so fair, his lips are so red, and his hair is so black. Was that considered handsome? Gu Xinian was unconvinced. Then who do you think is handsome, brother or him? Of course it's him. Gu Xiuan remembered that her brother wanted to help her find the man, so she immediately changed her words. Of course it's brother who's handsome, but he's just a little bit worse than brother. Gu Xinian didn't believe it. Gu Xinian really wanted to find him. He wanted to see what kind of man his sister thought was better looking than him was. That night, Gu Xiuan spent the whole night talking about him. She hugged Lin Che and said, Mom, that handsome man is so cute. Mom, do you think he'll disappear? Lin Che said helplessly, how could that be? She was a little worried about her daughter's infatuation and couldn't help but ask Gu Jingze, what do you think she'll do in the future? It's up to you, Gu Jingze said lightly. Lin Che protested, why? Gu Jingze turned to look at her. Isn't that the case? Didn't you have the same love-struck look when you saw me? So, when I saw her like this, I was really not surprised at all. Does she have this? I've been wronged, but it seemed to be true, she was infatuated with Gu Jingze. Sob sob, this is also hereditary. The next day, Gu Xinian took Gu Xiuan to the dance class. Gu Xiuan's face was filled with excitement because he was about to see his little big brother. Gu Xinian glared at her. He was very unhappy with the guy who didn't want his own older brother after having a little older brother. They soon arrived at the dance studio. Gu Xinian sent people down to look for him. Not long after, they found the little brother according to her description. He was from the Go class in this interest class. Gu Xinian's subordinate said, "Eldest young master, you can take a look and see if it's this person." Gu Xinian leaned over to take a look and nodded. It should be. He was indeed quite good-looking. However, how could she be as good-looking as him? Gu Xinian sent people to investigate who this person was. Sure enough, he found out that this person was also a son of a rich and powerful family. His family was the owner of JM Mall. His ancestors opened a small shop and the business grew bigger and bigger. They started from nothing and were clean. They were low-key, but their family background was excellent. What was even more coincidental was that the place where he lived was in their neighborhood. Gu Xinian thought, is this really fate? He really didn't want Gu Xiuan to meet someone like this. Gu Xinian couldn't bear to see his sister fall in love with someone else. He had a strong sister complex. However, he was a little depressed because he didn't want to see his sister unhappy at all. So, compared to his sister being unhappy, he would rather be unhappy on his own. So he told his parents about it. Gu Jingze looked at the information and showed it to Lin Che. Lin Che said, "Not bad. He's right next to our house. Why don't we pay him a visit?" Gu Jingze said, "Seriously? Are you helping your daughter chase a man?" "Huh?" Lin Che scratched his head. "Well, not really. After all, they're so young. At most, they're just friends. Of course, if they're really good, it's not a bad idea to arrange a marriage." Hee hee. Gu Jingze shook his head. There were two love-struck idiots at home. What else could he say? "Come on, let's pay them a visit." Gu Jingze immediately led the big and little love-struck idiots to the house. The family's surname was Yu, and the child's name was Yu Yuan. They had lived here for many years, but they hadn't had much contact before. They knocked on the door. The servant at the door was surprised to see Gu Jingze and Lin Che together. "Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, is there a problem?" Gu Jingze smiled. "Nothing. We've been neighbors for many years, so we're here to pay a visit." "Oh. Really? I'll inform my husband. Please wait a moment." The two from the Gu family had taken the initiative to bring him out to visit them. There must be a long line of people who wanted to visit them. This was also why Gu Jingze felt that this family was special. Other families all rushed to visit them, but they had never had any dealings with them. It was obvious that they weren't a sociable family. Mr. and Mrs. Yu came out together. They were surprised to see Gu Jingze and Lin Che. "Hello, both of you." "Hello, I'm really sorry for taking the liberty to visit you. Come in, come in." Suddenly, the little boy walked out from behind. Yu Yuan paused for a moment, but before he could react, Shi Yuan had already scurried over to him. "Little brother, you're here. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here." This lie was too perfunctory. Lin Che face-bombed. Could his daughter be any more embarrassing? She was embarrassed, so she could only tell Mr. and Mrs. Yu, "Our daughter is really." After hearing what had happened, the Yu family finally understood. They were so amused by the little girl that they burst into laughter. "Oh, she's so cute. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. We've seen your Shi Yuan on TV. She's even cuter in real life. She's so round." Yu Yuan was still looking at his parents with a look of despair. What the hell was going on? However, the Gu family and the Yu family soon became friends, and they went in to talk about their children's interesting stories. Mr. and Mrs. Yu said, we noticed that Yu Yuan doesn't like to talk, so we let him sign up for a hobby class. Your child is learning to dance. That's great. It's good for girls to learn to dance. Chapter 1530. On the other side. Gu Xiuan rested her head on her hand and stared at Yu Yuan intently. Yu Yuan said, why are you looking at me? Gu Xiuan said, because little big brother is so handsome. How could she not be so direct? Yu Yuan's face immediately turned red. Although many girls liked him and would praise him for his looks, she was the first one to say it so directly. He was not used to such a direct girl. Gu Xiuan said, little big brother, which kindergarten are you in? I'm already in primary school. Ah, which primary school are you in? Experimental primary school. That's great. I want to go to that primary school too. I'll tell my mom when I get home. Little big brother, which class are you in? Yu Yuan said, you're still too young to go to primary school. Gu Xiuan felt wronged. I'm not young anymore. Boo-hoo, I want to go to primary school too. I want to sit with little big brother, I want to go to class with little big brother, I want. Frustrated by her sudden tears, Yu Yuan quickly said, all right, don't cry. You'll be able to come when you grow up in another 2 years. When that time comes, we can go to school together, and you can even sit next to me. Also, since our houses are so close, you can come to my house anytime you want. Hearing this, Gu Xiuan slowly stopped crying and looked up at him. Really? I can come to your house anytime. Of course. Yu Yuan felt as if he had made a promise that would cause him trouble, but he had already said it. That's great. I'll come to play with you every day. Indeed. On the other side, the adults were stunned. Especially Papa Yu and Mommy Yu. I cried when I saw Yu Yuan just now. I thought he was bullying me, but I didn't expect Yu Yuan to be so good at coaxing people. Lin Che looked over and smiled, thinking that these two kids were really cute. After playing for a while, Lin Che and Mu Yeli brought the reluctant Gu Xiuan home. When they got home, Gu Xinian listened to Gu Xiuan's nagging about how handsome little big brother was. Little big brother was so nice. Little big brother. Gu Xinian was annoyed to death, but he couldn't lose his temper at her. He felt that he must have raised a fake sister. Why was she so cruel to him? But at that moment, Qin Hao called. Gu Xinian quickly picked up the phone. Uncle Qin. Young master, I found it. Gu Xinian and Qin Hao met together. Qin Hao said, young master, look, this is the clue to their funds. However, we haven't found anything specific yet. I think they will come looking for you soon. If they can't find any clues about you, they will find a way to ask you out. On the other side, Gu Xinian typed furiously in front of the computer, squinting at the information that popped up on his screen. Uncle Qin, you're right. They came to ask me out. So fast. The message said, are you willing to take on another job? However, this job is more complicated and pays more. However, I need to meet with you to discuss it. Gu Xinian said, how would I know what you're going to do to me when you meet? Of course not. We want your help more than we want your life. If you have any work to do, you can discuss it here. This is more complicated and more important. If we don't see you, we won't be at ease. I can even access the office of the president's intranet. What are you worried about? This involves a lot of things. We really have to talk about it when we meet. Since we worked together last time, why don't you trust me? What's the point of taking your life? Gu Xinian pretended to refuse for a long time. In the end, because he wanted the money, he accepted the job. The agreed meeting place was the highest point in B City, the top floor of the Century building. It was a good place. No one could snipe them from another building, so they didn't have to worry about snipers. Qin Hao reminded Gu Xinian, "Young master, you have to be careful. We're really worried about you." "Don't worry." Gu Xinian was very confident. Soon, the arrangements were made. The group thought that they would be able to kill the hacker that day. Soon, they arrived at the place and set up an ambush. Not long after, they saw Qin Hao standing there alone. Someone suddenly felt that Qin Hao looked familiar. Because he was one of Gu Jing's people, many people in the outside world knew Qin Hao. Suddenly, oh no, isn't this person Gu Jing's lackey? The hacker. Why is it him? Ah, I remember. When he was young, he was also a hacker. Later, he joined Gu Jing's side. Is he trying to earn extra money and betray Gu Jing's? It actually made sense. After all, 100 million was too tempting. With that thought in mind, they walked out and shot Qin Hao in the chest. With a thud, Qin Hao fell to the ground. The group of people immediately rushed out. So smooth. Some of them looked down at Qin Hao. Lying in a pool of blood, Qin Hao's face was still warm. They looked down and took a closer look. Suddenly, Qin Hao opened his eyes. Oh no, he's cheating. Qin Hao was wearing a bulletproof vest. At this time. Do you think that only you know how to ambush? A delicate child's voice came from inside. The people outside turned around and saw the boy walking over coldly with a faint smile on his face. Gu Xinian. They immediately wanted to run, but there was no way out. They stood there and watched as the Gu family's secret guards surrounded them. How could it be you? They couldn't believe that they would be tricked by such a little guy. Gu Xinian said, "Why didn't you see that you wanted to harm the Gu family? Why did you come to the Gu family?" What? That hacker was Gu Xinian. How could it be? In order to avoid being exposed, they deliberately found a hacker who had just debuted and looked very young. Unexpectedly, the child in front of them was so young, but he was all ready. Gu Xinian said, "What's wrong, can't I?" They were so shocked that they forgot to reply. "Who are you?" Gu Xinian's expression turned cold again. Only then did they come to their senses. They looked at each other, thinking of their families, thinking of all the promises they had made. Suddenly, one of them fell to the ground. Qin Hao was stunned. "Many, young master, they've taken poison." Gu Xinian's expression changed. However, it was too late. The few of them fell to the ground one after another. They had taken biochemical drugs. Their hearts stopped beating, and soon they stopped breathing. Gu Xinian walked over and looked at the row of corpses. He frowned. "Can't you find out who they are?" At this time, Qin Hao said, "Young master, look, there are clues here." Chapter 1531. Gu Xinian looked over. Below, there were some guns and equipment. There were no signs on them, but the source was suspicious. "Young master, these guns are not something that an ordinary person would bring to country C. Why? These are limited. There aren't many of them. It's easy to find the source and the destination." "Okay, let's follow this," Gu Xinian said. "Nian." Just then, Gu Jing's voice came from behind. Gu Xinian turned around and saw Gu Jingze walking over. "Dad." Gu Xinian was a little surprised. However, he paused for a moment and looked at Qin Hao, and he immediately understood what was going on. It must be Qin Hao who told him. Qin Hao could only sigh. I'm sorry, young master. Since things have come to this, I can't hide it from you anymore. Now that so many people have died, I can't hide it anymore. Gu Xinian sighed and looked at Gu Jingze. Actually, I just wanted to find out and tell Dad. Gu Jingze looked at Gu Xinian deeply. Seeing that he lowered his head guiltily, he didn't say anything else. He lowered his head and looked at the people on the ground. Narrowing his eyes, he scanned them and said, "These people are from the En family." En family? Gu Xinian looked up. Qin Hao thought for a moment and immediately remembered something. "Ah, sir, you mean the En family." Anlan. Qin Hao wasn't surprised that Gu Jingze would recognize him at a glance. After all, other people didn't have an unparalleled memory like Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze said, "Recently, they have been besieging the En family and have already secretly destroyed 3 of their strongholds. I'm afraid that they're desperate now." Qin Hao suddenly remembered. Gu Jingze said, "These guns are in their stronghold. So that's why." Qin Hao said, "So it's the En family. If they want to touch our Gu family, they'll have to deal with Mr. President first." Previously, Anlan had directly caused Gu Jingze to lose his memory, tortured him, and even joined forces with Xue Mingqi to deal with Gu Jingze. So, how could Gu Jingze let the En family go? These days, Gu Jingze had tormented the En family. But who told the En family to have such a troublesome daughter? Of all people, she had to provoke Gu Jingze. When she let Gu Jingze escape, she should have known that this would happen to her sooner or later. After Gu Jingze regained his memory, he would definitely seek revenge. It wasn't that he had forgotten about it, but that he was slowly preparing for it. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When the En family thought that they had escaped this disaster and Gu Jingze didn't want to deal with them after he recovered his memory, Gu Jingze made his move. Gu Jingze looked at Gu Xinian. "So how did you guys do before?" Gu Xinian said, "I gave them a fake internet, but I don't know if they still have something up their sleeves. I think eldest uncle should be more careful." Gu Jingze nodded and looked ahead, deep in thought. When the group of people returned, Qin Hao lowered his head and said to Gu Jingze, "Sir, I didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that young master asked me to help. He said he would tell you after he found out the truth. I'm worried that if I tell you in advance, young master won't trust me anymore and won't let me know in the future. It's better for me to watch over him. If there's any danger, I can tell you in advance." Gu Jingze nodded. "It won't happen again." "Yes," Qin Hao lowered his head and sighed. "However, the first young master has truly inherited your intelligence and wisdom. From now on, the Gu clan will have a successor. You can rest assured. These days, the first young master's performance has truly amazed me. The first young master's thoughts and insight are sometimes something that even I, as an adult, cannot compare to." Gu Jingze nodded slightly, still deep in thought. At night, Gu Jingze rushed to the office of the president. Gu Jingming was already sound asleep, but when he heard that Gu Jingze had arrived, he immediately got up and walked out. Yu Minmin was already used to this kind of situation. Sometimes, when something big happened in the middle of the night, he would be the first to go and deal with it. But every time this happened, Yu Minmin would be a little worried that something bad would happen. The office of the president was heavily guarded, but it wasn't guarded against Gu Jingze. After the 2 brothers sat down, Gu Jingze told them what had happened. "The En family," Gu Jingming said, "but it's a matter of country after all. Our country can't interfere too much." Gu Jingze said, "Yeah, big brother, you should be careful. After all, if they are bitten too hard, they might fight to the death." Gu Jingming nodded. Seeing that Gu Jingze had left, Gu Jingming said to the guards, "Guard the entire office of the president." "Yes, Mr. President." The president's guards immediately went to make arrangements. Yu Minmin put on a coat and came out. "Jingming, is it very serious?" In the past, he had never been so vigilant. Hearing Gu Jingming's words, Yu Minmin was the first to worry. Gu Jingming said, "Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Just be careful these few days." Yu Minmin was still worried, but he could only nod. "Then, are we still going to hold the sorority tomorrow?" Every few months, some of the women in the cabinet would hold some get-togethers in order to exchange news and connect with each other. As the First Lady, she had to hold it regularly. But if there were more people, it would definitely be a little chaotic. She thought that it would be better to postpone it. Gu Jingming said, "Since it's so close, it's better to hold it. Otherwise, it will make people feel uneasy, which is not good. If it was still a long time, then it was fine to postpone it or not, but it was not good to cancel it at the last minute." Yu Minmin nodded. She knew how many pairs of eyes were watching the office of the president. If there was anything wrong, they would speculate. The next day, many women had entered Glass Palace during the get-together and were gathered around Yu Minmin. They were all women in the families of cabinet members and ministers. Whoever could be close to the First Lady would naturally be more dignified. These days, Yu Minmin, as the First Lady, had been sitting very steadily. The president and his wife had a good relationship, which made everyone fear Yu Minmin. Because of that, her words carried more weight. Everyone fought to please her. Yu Minmin kept a faint smile on her face. Sitting inside, it was hard to tell who was closer to her. In any case, when someone came, she would greet them equally. "Madam, you've really become younger and younger recently. This child will probably be a boy." Yu Minmin's pregnancy was originally a major event in Country C. Now that she was sitting here to nurture the baby, everyone's attention was on her. "I don't really care about whether it's a boy or a girl. I just let nature take its course." "That's true. Mr. President loves you so much. Whether it's a boy or a girl, they are both his flesh and blood." Chapter 1532. Mr. President loves the little princess so much. I know that Mr. President is a good father. Yu Minmin knew that most of the time, people just complimented her casually, so she didn't care much. Her belly was 7 months old now, and it was very difficult for her to walk. However, it was much better than when she had her first child. Yu Minmin was already very satisfied. At that time, she wasn't even sure if she would get pregnant again. Now that fate had allowed her to be pregnant with Gu Jingming's child again, she felt very content and lucky. After all, she had suffered a lot during her first child. At that time, the doctor wasn't sure if she could get pregnant again. She touched her belly. Although she looked a little swollen, her complexion was very good. "Madam, we saw a lot of guards outside just now. Is there a problem? Why do you need so many guards to look after you?" They had noticed it before she came in. Even though the presidential palace was usually heavily guarded, today, the number of presidential guards walking back and forth was clearly much more than usual. Yu Minmin knew that they wanted to ask, so she didn't say much. She just said, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just that Jingming was worried about my safety, so he called a few more people. I told him that there was no need." So that was the case. They thought that there was a problem, so they specially asked about it. Hearing Yu Minmin's answer, they were relieved. Because they felt that the answer was also very reasonable. The president was worried that there would be some problems during the president's wife's pregnancy, so he specially increased the guards. Yu Minmin continued to lean against the wall and drink. Seeing that everyone's eyes were no longer suspicious, her heart jumped. There were some internal matters that she couldn't tell these people. She knew that they were more cunning than the other. Once they got the news, they would immediately spread it outside. Soon, it would spread everywhere. Therefore, if she wanted to spread the news, she would say it. If she didn't want to spread it, she couldn't say a word. Otherwise, a sesame seed or a mung bean would be exaggerated as if it was some kind of world disaster. However, at this moment, suddenly, there was a loud bang outside. A few relatives immediately looked out curiously. What happened? Why did I hear a sound? Yu Minmin's eyes moved, and she couldn't help but stand up. Before she could say anything, there was movement outside again. The president's personal guards were walking out in rows, holding guns in their hands. It seemed like they were fully armed. Oh my God, they ran out with guns. There won't be any problems, right? The womenfolk were shocked. So scary. Did something happen outside? What to do, what to do? The few of them suddenly became anxious. At this time, the person in the back slammed the table. The few of them were stunned. Only then did he remember. The president's wife was still there. When he turned around, he saw Yu Minmin standing there with a straight face. Don't shout as if something big has happened. What can happen in the Pavilion Lord Manor? Besides, even if something happened, this is the Pavilion Lord Manor of Sea Country. Would someone rush in and kill people? That's right. Hearing Yu Minmin's resolute words, they finally realized that it was really, he was too excited just now. A quick-witted person turned around and smiled at Yu Minmin. Yeah, we're not as knowledgeable as Madam. We were scared out of our wits when we saw the gun. Everyone saw that the wife of the Minister of Foreign Affairs was really good at finding opportunities to flatter. They didn't dare to be negligent and quickly clapped as well. However, when they looked at Yu Minmin, they were thinking in their hearts. Didn't she say that nothing happened? It seemed that something really happened in the Pavilion Lord Manor. Everyone wanted to find out something, so when they looked at Yu Minmin, their gazes were different. Yu Minmin sneered. How could she not know what these people were thinking? She looked outside and smiled. I might have to go for a prenatal checkup. It's fixed today. I almost forgot, the doctor should be here soon. You guys go first. Seeing that, although they didn't want to leave, they could only go out one by one. Seeing that they had left, Yu Minmin hurriedly went out. What happened outside? Madam, someone broke into the Pavilion Lord Manor. The person below said. Yu Minmin said in surprise, broke into the Pavilion Lord Manor. Who is it? It seems to be a spy. Where's Mr. President? Mr. is handling it at the front. He said that there are unidentified people here. For your safety, he hopes that you can leave first. Yu Minmin nodded and followed the person out. Where to now? Go somewhere else and worry that people will think too much, then let's go to my mother's house. Just say that I'm not feeling well and homesick, so I came back to stay for a while, Yu Minmin said. Yes, Madam is right. Let's go. The group hurried to Yu Minmin's house. Papi Yu and Mommy Yu were very happy to see Yu Minmin. Minmin, you're back. Why did you run back when you're not feeling well? Mommy Yu said. Yu Minmin sat down and said, it's nothing. Where's my brother? Oh, he hasn't come back from work yet. Didn't he go to the government's Ministry of Foreign Affairs recently? He's very serious. Yu Qingqing had entered the government directly after graduation. Although he had his own abilities, it had to be said that it had something to do with Yu Minmin. But since she was in this position, she knew that she couldn't avoid it. Mommy Yu, on the other hand, was very happy. Because of you Minmin, the whole family could live a life that others couldn't even dream of. They were very envious when they went out. Come in and sit down. Hey, you brought so many people here. Mama Yu noticed that there were many people following them outside. Yu Minmin smiled and comforted her. It's okay. I brought some food over. Mom, you can put it in the fridge first. Oh, okay. She thought that there were more people following them because Yu Minmin was pregnant, so she didn't think much of it. Papa Yu looked at the people outside with a satisfied expression. Minmin is getting more and more famous now. Hee, she's becoming more and more like the First Lady. That's right. I told you before, why are you so low-key? You're the First Lady anyway. Alright, Dad, it has nothing to do with this. Yu Minmin frowned and said, don't show off too much when you go out. Why not? My daughter is the president's wife. It's such a proud thing. She doesn't steal or rob. Why can't I say it? Papa Yu enjoyed this status very much and was very proud. Yu Minmin shook her head. She didn't know what to say about her father. Papa Yu continued, you're also a little imposing. Look at how timid you are. What are you afraid of? Mr. President is your backer. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.